The following is a special presentation of ESPN on ABC.
12 drivers, 10 races, 1 champion. What makes someone the best? Is it the ability to excel at the critical moments again and again? Is it the strength to blowtorch adversity and retool misfortune? Or is it the foresight to take the unknown and know it anyway? True, luck must be factored in. But at this level, luck is an opportunity built by preparation. It takes incredible effort if you're going to hang your name among legends. And it means somebody always has his sights set on you. Yes, there's a long list of things that goes into being the best. But by the end of today, that entire list will be summed up in a single name.
How often do you get to witness history? To see something accomplished that's never been achieved before? History could well be made by Jimmie Johnson in the final race of the NASCAR season. Only one man stands between Jimmie and history. One man and 400 miles at this Homestead Miami Speedway. The NASCAR Sprint Cup will be awarded today. Stand by for history.
10, 9.
ESPN welcomes you to NASCAR Countdown for the final race of the NASCAR Sprint Cup Series 2009, the Ford 400 from the mile-and-a-half Homestead Miami Speedway in Homestead, Florida. The bottom line on the day where the championship is concerned is this. If Mark Martin earns maximum points, which he could do by winning the race and earning the bonus points for leading the most laps, Jimmie Johnson could still win the title by finishing 25th or better, something he's done in 29 of 35 races so far this year. It's likely, but not guaranteed, for Jimmie. Johnson's history-deciding weekend began in the best possible fashion. In qualifying on Friday, the three-time defending champ made a statement that speed would not be a problem. Winning the pole position for this race at nearly 174 miles an hour, he'll line up first on the grid and hope to stay in front of the fray all day. In the midst of all that a championship-deciding race brings, the crowded garage area, the packed infield, the palm trees and sunshine that can only be South Florida, you'll find our ESPN pit studio. And inside, you'll find Alan Bestwick, Rusty Wallace, Brad Daugherty, Ray Evernham, and the man of the moment, three-time defending champ Jimmie Johnson. Most people would wonder what you're thinking on this day and right now. So what are you thinking on this day?
How much longer do we have? I want to get to work. Each time you get in the car through the course of the weekend helps things, and I'm just at that point now where it's time to run this race, and I'm looking forward to it.
One side note before we talk about today's race. Your team owner, we found out just a short time ago, will not be here with you today.
Yeah, it is. It's an unfortunate situation that was pretty new and abrupt for all of us. Some family issues at home. Our prayers and thoughts are certainly with Rick and his family, and certainly hoping for the best with his niece.
One of Rick Hendrick's nieces is about to undergo emergency surgery up in Charlotte, being prepared for a liver transplant, and so Rick not able to be here, but his thoughts certainly in support with the race team. Let's talk about today's race, Rusty.
Jimmie, you said all week long you're going to go for it. You're going to try to get the pole, lead the most laps, win the race. Buddy, it's race day right now. You thinking maybe a little different, more of a conservative approach than going for it?
It just depends on how the car feels. As you know, if the car is good and I can lean on it and the grip is there, I'm going to do what I can with it. If I run those first 5 or 6 laps and the car's sliding all over, I'll make sure that I'm smart and take care of it. But I feel very good about the changes we're making. And at the same time, I also know that no one was comfortable yesterday. I mean, this track is really throwing some challenges to all the teams. It's different than any other big track that we run on. So I think that track position is going to be really important, and I'm going to work hard to stay up front all day long.
You might find this hard to believe, but we've been watching a lot of shows about you this week, and I heard you say that you have constantly had to reset your goals, to get here, to win and to win a championship. Like, you've won most of the big races we have 2 and 3 times, and now you're hours away from a possible 4th straight championship. What are the goals now?
And I don't know. I'm trying to keep it simple with today and obviously try to win a 4th championship, but I had no idea things would turn out like this. I grew up racing on 2 wheels on the dirt in Southern California, and to be all the way across the country in a stock car on asphalt. Growing up as a kid, anybody that raced on asphalt, we thought were sissies because we grew up on the dirt. We raced off-road trucks. So it's just a wild career, and a lot of great things have happened. A lot of great people along the way I've worked with and have, kind of mentored me and worked with me, and all the good times, bad times, all of it. It's been a very, very amazing ride, and hopefully today we can cap it off and do something that's never been done before.
I've got 2 questions. All right, the first one is, your team this year, as it has in the past few seasons, have just shown great resiliency. Did you utilize your past experiences marching towards a championship at this point in time? Are you looking back upon what you've done over those last three years and saying, well, I should be here, these are the watermarks, this is the benchmarks? Does that help relax you during this period of time?
Without a doubt. I think there's a lot that goes on subconsciously that I'm not really aware of because I've been here before. It's been very helpful. And at the same time, when my emotions start to run wild or different things go on, I can look back on what's gone on the last few years and build some confidence in how to handle things. And I was really nervous. Year 1, year 2 was better. Year 3 was better. Things have been very comfortable compared to the other 3 years. I hope that's a good sign.
Yep. Ray, go ahead. I'll save my question for last.
He's not going to help you with the lottery numbers. So he's not going to do that. All right. But again, going back to some of the stuff that we watched, and you just said yourself, we watched a really nice piece with Ivan Stewart and Rick Johnson, and how those guys set examples for you.
Yeah.
How do you feel now knowing you're setting examples for the next Jimmie Johnson? The kids are watching, and you are now the role model.
It's wild. It's not something I sought out to be. I'm very proud to be in this position, and it's a lot of the reason why I'm concerned about what I say and what I do and how I act is because of some of that responsibility. At the same time, I was raised right from my parents, and if I stepped out of line, I got put back in line pretty quick. And racing was important to me, and I just had a great childhood. Taught a lot of great values through my motorsports career, working with different owners and crew chiefs and people that really wanted to be in the sport for the right reasons. And if I'm able to pass that along and share that with other kids along the way, this is a great sport. We've all made a great life out of this, and it's anything and everything you want it to be.
Hey, Jimmy, we talked yesterday in the garage area about the way the cars were handling. It's kind of the hard stuff right now. I don't know if you watched that race last night, but they were just tearing that wall down at turn 3 and 4. Very, very slick down there. You told me you like to run the bottom of the track a little bit more. Are you real concerned starting this race about turn 3 and 4? How are you going to approach that anyway? If
you look at where the sun's setting, and today with the clouds, it might be more forgiving down in 3 and 4. The sun really shines down on the top of 3 and 4, really kind of the whole area. But as you run the top side of the racetrack, you carry so much more speed. The lateral forces are higher, and it tries to pull the back of the car around. So for me, and I think for a lot of guys, it's easier just to slow down, go to the bottom, and run a slower speed through the center of the corner to keep the back of the car under you. But again, I think these clouds will help that some. I'm not sure the overall track temperature will be as high. And it's a little deceiving because you go into 1 and 2 and there's shade early down there, early into the race, and you have a ton of grip. And you can fly through that end of the track, and you come over to 3 and 4, and it's like being on ice.
We talk about you and Chad and your combination, and it's been incredible. But one thing I don't think we talk about enough is Rick Hendrick and what the opportunity that he affords you and your whole 48 team.
Without a doubt. There's over 550 people at Hendrick Motorsports that are so proud to work for him, along with a lot of people, including Ray, over the years that have had a chance to work with him and for him and bring a lot of happiness to him. And one thing that says a lot about Rick, we are all so happy to make him smile. It's not that we're all out here to work, and that is a large part of it, but we feel good making him happy. Yeah. And again today, the man has been through so much already, and here his family, he and his family are suffering once again, and we certainly wish him the best. And in a moment where something is going to take place in history with either Mark or myself today, and hopefully a 1-2-3 for the company, and he unfortunately can't be here to enjoy that.
Yeah.
I have good news for you. The time of talking about it's just about done,
Fantastic.
and it's about time to go strap in your race car and set about business. Thank you for the time. We wish you the best of luck today, and
thank you.
Look forward to seeing you make some history later on today if all goes your way.
I look forward to it, and thank you guys for what you do for the sport, and look forward to talking to you hopefully later this afternoon.
You got your lucky underwear on?
I lost those a while ago.
It's a good thing.
Everything I have that's lucky, that has worked in that manner, I have and have had, and my attorney's wearing the same shoes, and friends are wearing the same hats. Everything across the board is.
Jimmy, drive hard, and maybe we'll see you here later on, buddy.
Thank you.
Thanks, bud.
Right, thanks, guys.
Thanks, man.
Jimmie
Good luck.
Johnson,
Good luck,
the three-time defending champion, going for a history-making 4th consecutive title today in the Ford 400. Last year, Jimmy tied Cale Yarborough's record for most consecutive championships won. Cale took the title in 1976, 7 and 8. Jimmy in 2006, 7 and 8. 8 drivers have won back-to-back titles and never won 3 straight, let alone 4. And look at the names. Quite a list to have topped for Jimmie Johnson. So as Jimmy heads out the door of the studio and to driver introductions,
you're doing a great job, man. Enough for the cheerleading, buddy. I'm good. Everything's fine, man. Keep on digging. Settle in. You'll get on. I will come down pit road and strangle you if you're going to be like this.
We've been through the good and the bad. You know, we've had points where we wanted to kill each other, and we've had points where, you know, we've experienced the greatest highs that can come with motorsports.
Pre-2005, I was pretty hardcore, obviously, which I still am, but I was really focused on everything going on in every minute detail, and was definitely micromanaging the team.
It's just way too much work for one guy, and he was trying to wear too many hats. And not only did I see it, the team saw it.
Leading up to that point in 2005, we'd battled for the championship, and I could feel myself getting more tired, more run down, more frustrated that we hadn't won it. The friction was ramping up.
Rick sat us down and said, okay, you know, you guys are mad at each other right now and feel like you missed a chance to win a championship. You both have great things that you bring to the table. You guys have something special, and you want to trade these problems in for a new set of problems. And Jimmy, you can have a new crew chief and start all over. Do you want that? With Rick's guidance, we kind of looked at each other and said, all right, you know, we just got to man up here and communicate, grow, make some changes, and continue to grow.
Jimmy was giving everything that he had. I was giving everything that I had. But the thing that I didn't realize that I wasn't doing at that point, I wasn't allowing the rest of the team to give everything that they had.
Man, I have no idea what's going on.
There's the end of his championship hopes right there.
Great job. Good season. Go home.
I look back and I think that I missed a lot of opportunities to win races and even a championship or two before 2006.
I feel like that I cost us a couple of championships earlier in our career, me personally. So I feel like that in all actuality, we should be, you know, on like 5. And that pains me at this point that I let the team down when I wasn't prepared enough. So I hope that, you know, we have the opportunity to win more. That way I can kind of repay my debt to the team.
I've got to be like the good cop in the group. You know, Chad's with them every day, and the bad cop of sorts. They make a mistake, he's there to kick them in the butt.
Come on, guys, we need a good pit stop here. Can't be around.
Making sure your shirt's tucked in, making sure you're neat appearing, making sure you're polite, making sure that you're doing your job to the best of your ability. It's a lifestyle and it's a mentality that we push on these guys, and they have to buy into it. Drinking the Kool-Aid, Coltish, whatever you want to call it, it's the way that it is, and it's the only way that you're a part of this team.
Jimmie Johnson makes history as a 3-time consecutive NASCAR Sprint Cup champion.
And 8 Sprint Cup champions. 3P, baby. Damn, that's awesome. I'm proud of you guys.
We've got an amazing team, and I don't think people really give the team enough credit. And that's what people have to realize is we've got a team, and that team includes Jimmy. This isn't Jimmie Johnson going to win or battle to win another championship. It's the team battling to do that, because Jimmy couldn't do it if it wasn't for all of the guys.
There's that aspect of what we have done together, especially in the last 8 years, that has made this team what it is and capable of having a shot at a 4th championship.
Call it greedy, whatever you want it is. We want more. We want to win every race, and you know, people say you can't win them all. I don't believe that. I think you could. The possibility to win every single race is there. You have to have that mentality.
My own personal goals and goals for this team have been so far exceeded that we've got to find a new place to set that mark, and I'd like for this team to be remembered as the best ever.
When we are sitting on the porch swings with our grandchildren one day talking about it, people say, you know, they were able to do it, you know, 4 times, you know, hopefully. I hope at that point we can really reflect on it and see what it was all about.
ESPN's Monday Night Football continues in Houston as Vince Young leads the revived Titans against Andre Johnson and the high-powered Texans. It's Titans-Texans on ESPN's Monday Night Football at 8:30 Eastern. Coverage begins with Monday Night Countdown, served by Applebee's at 7 Eastern.
I can't imagine any other sport that can claim this kind of an accomplishment.
If that team doesn't implode, they could win 7 in a row.
To me, it's more than Tiger Woods or Jack Nicklaus winning 4 majors in a row.
You look at his competition. Who has he got to beat? And who's on the horizon that could rise to the occasion, that could go out there and compete with that 48? I don't see anybody.
What do you think? The only man who can take the Sprint Cup championship away from Jimmie Johnson today is that man, Mark Martin, the popular veteran, 108 points behind Jimmie starting the race. A tough task the way the NASCAR point system works. Tough, but not impossible. In the times they've raced against each other, Martin has outscored Johnson by that margin or more in a single race 9 times, once here at Homestead, Miami, and the latest being that race in Texas a couple of weeks ago when Jimmie crashed on lap 3. Now, lots been made of the fact that Martin, one of NASCAR's most accomplished and respected drivers, has never won the championship. Mark tells our Dave Burns that he didn't even expect to compete for the title this year because he wasn't planning on entering all the races.
Tell me the story of how Rick got you to commit full-time to driving for him.
He called me and asked me, come drive that 5 car. And I said no. So he called me again a month later or so and asked me, and I said, no, I won't drive full-time, but I'll drive at partial schedule. The contract shows up on Benny Urtail's desk, you know, my business manager. He says, the contract came, but it's full schedule. And, you know, he said it real quiet like. And I said, there's no way. There's no way I'll do that. I won't do that to Marlene. She said, well, I already talked to her about it. She said, if you're going to drive anything, it needs to be that 5 car.
They may call him the old man, but he hasn't forgotten how to win a race. Baby, you are unbelievable. Unbelievable how good you are. I'm speechless. I can't talk right now, boys.
You know what makes a champion? It isn't the trophy. It's what he does every single day that makes you great. I've earned my place in the sport. No championship trophy or anything else, in my eyes, will really move that position. Anything going forward will be, you know, like icing, which would be okay. I like icing.
You hit a landmark in August, your 1,000th start at Bristol. Tell me what that day was like.
Man, that was such an incredibly special day. Not because of the 1,000 starts, but because what the fans did. I don't hardly remember ever, you know, being brought to tears. What I didn't anticipate was the ovation that I got at intros. That stuff, I don't know how I've earned it, but if I was on the outside looking at it, I would say you don't get that. You can only earn it, and that makes me really proud. I don't have a cup trophy, okay? So it's easy for me to say that this is as good as that, or this is as good as that, or whatever. But I have some other trophies, and after I walk by them for X amount of time, I don't notice them anymore. But stuff that has to do with people, that lasts.
Regardless of what happens at Homestead, how do you look back on 2009?
It was the best year of my life. I'm still that kid from Arkansas who should be really, really grateful to have the honor to work for Hendrick Motorsports and give Jimmie Johnson a run for his money.
This season may be as memorable for Mark Martin's success as any other storyline. Mark, congratulations on a great season. What's been the defining moment up until now of this season for Mark Martin?
I guess that win in Phoenix, it was sort of a breakthrough and a realization of another dream for me, and just the highlight has just been going to work every day and working with Alan and such an incredible team and group of people.
Let's focus on this race here today that we're about to run. There's so much talk about running up top, running down below. We know you prefer the bottom. How much do you feel like maybe you might have to go up top where maybe you're not quite as comfortable today?
I'm going to do whatever I can, but, I need to not wreck. We need to put together another great race. And we put together a bunch of them this year. And, we're under the opinion, especially me, that late in the race, where I want to run will be okay. It might not be early, probably won't be in the middle of the race, but at the end of the race, I believe it'll come back to us. I think our car will get better, more competitive in the night, and we may have to fight for everything we get, while the sun's shining. But we've got such an incredible team, and we've done so much good this year, and I feel like we can do it again today.
It's already been a great story for Mark Martin. Boy, what a great finish it would be if he could pull it off today. Alan?
Vince, thank you. Mark starting this race in 4th position. Rusty Bradbury, you heard Mark Martin's words, the feature, the interview. How do you react to what he said?
Well, I mean, he's into this race. There's no doubt about that. The guy is absolutely a 100% racer. And you know what, guys? He might win this thing. He might get this championship. He's already thinking about the track. He's thinking about where he's going to run on the track. He's really processing this race in his mind. And I'll tell you, Mark is one of the best at doing that. But he's saying all that stuff he just said from the heart. He really believes it.
Yeah, Mark is he's one of the great classy people in this sport. And he's a great role model. A lot of the drivers look up to him, go to him for questions and answers. And I've always been a huge Mark Martin fan. I don't think you have to have a championship trophy to be a true champion. And most importantly of all, Mark Martin is the most important thing. He's a racer. And that's even higher than being a champion if someone calls you a racer. And Mark's a hero, no doubt about it.
Well, he is. Where he's talking about he wants to run is the bottom, so I'll be watching for that tonight because Mark will be on the bottom. But here's a man who carries the true spirit of competition, of auto racing in his veins. He is just an incredible talent. He is very humble about what he's accomplished, and he is very appreciative of being recognized for it.
Here's what I want to know. Can Mark somehow apply some pressure on Jimmie Johnson today, and can he apply enough to really make a difference?
I don't think he can apply enough pressure. Now, he's got to get out and lead the most laps, get up front, but I still don't think that's enough pressure because all the 48 car has to do, if he leads one lap, is finish 27.
I think the 48 team has their fate in their own hands. I think they apply the pressure to themselves. That's the only way that Mark has really a chance, I do believe. He can do the best he can, lead the most laps, win the race, but I think at the end of the day, Jimmie Johnson will be right around there somewhere.
I don't think Mark Martin can apply enough pressure to the 48 team. I really don't. I think he'll go out there and I think he'll lead a lot of laps, and Jimmie Johnson's probably going to have to have a big problem in order for Mark to get past him. But like I said, it is not over till it's over, and it can happen.
Jimmie said he's got all his lucky stuff on, Brad. So
lucky draw.
Yeah, we'll just have to see. Now, there are a lot of things that can go wrong in a race and cost finishing positions and points. For example, the race here in 2006, Jimmie Johnson's team drops a lug nut on a pit stop. He's ready to leave. Chad Cadell says, stop. He has to wait while it's replaced before rejoining the race, losing valuable positions and points in the process. Preparing for what could go wrong and keeping it from happening, a topic we tackle in our Craftsman Tech Garage now with Tim Brewer. Tim?
Thanks, Alan. Something as small as a lug nut, but when you're changing a tire and that lug nut falls off, you've got a NASCAR inspector looking right over your shoulder, and if you don't put that nut on there and actually tighten it, he's going to call you. You're going to have to come back in, lose a lot of track position. Another thing, the jack man, he might want to take an extra look, make sure that the lug nuts are on before he lets it go. Jimmie, you can't speed on pit road, so you've got to monitor your tachometer. You get a speeding ticket, you're going to get yourself in a deal to where track position, lose more time. The fuel, you have to get all the fuel in a car, because if it comes down to a green-white checker, you don't want to run out of fuel. Another thing, the catch can. If any equipment leaves the pit box with the car, it's a penalty. Mistakes will kill you. You eliminate the mistakes, you win the championship.
Alan?
All good things to watch for throughout the race, Mr. Brewer. Thank you, Tim. Our J-Ski News and Notes now. Jamie McMurray has been named the driver of Earnhardt Ganassi Racing's #1 car for next year. Kevin Mannion will remain the crew chief. Robbie Gordon won the Score Off-Road Series title after finishing 4th in the Baja 1000 yesterday. That's in Baja. He's here in Miami to race today. And NASCAR named Justin Allgaier the Nationwide Series Rookie of the Year after last night's finale here in Homestead. Congratulations to Justin. A mistake-free day today will likely result in that trophy, the NASCAR Sprint Cup, being handed to Jimmie Johnson for a history-making 4th consecutive year. NASCAR Countdown continues from South Florida in a minute. Aerial coverage provided by Goodyear. New Fuel Max tires help you get there on less gas. Calculate your savings at GoodyearTires.com. Television's hottest new hit is ABC's V. The visitors will reveal a shocking plan in the final episode of 2009. Don't miss a second of the series that's being called riveting, action-packed, and instantly addictive. ABC's V, Tuesday, 8 Eastern, 7 Central. We know team owner Rick Hendrick will win a 9th Sprint Cup title today, most of any owner in history. Hendrick's drivers, Jeff Gordon, Mark Martin, and Jimmie Johnson, could earn him another record today, the first time one team would sweep the top 3 places in the championship. Marty Smith talks people, performance, and pride now with the man many call Mr. H.
It's hard for me to actually believe that I've been able to be a part of something like this.
What are you doing better than other teams or owners are?
I don't necessarily think I'm doing anything any better.
Don't be modest.
Well, I'm not being modest.
You're going for 4 in a row.
I'm fortunate to be on the train with the guys that know how to do it. I think the thing that I'm the proudest of is these guys here have grown up in this organization. I was loaning Jimmie Johnson money to buy cheeseburgers and hauling him back from bush races, so I remember when. And I remember sitting in the first meeting with Lowe's and saying, this kid can win a race. And
did you believe it?
I did. I had to believe it. But no, I knew Jimmie was going to be a talent. Now, Ricky told me, he said, hey, this guy's going to be a superstar. You mark my word.
Never before this year have we had an organization be so dominant, from top to bottom, that it's like, okay, we're taking the top 3 spots. The rest of you guys can fight over what's left. They've been able to take the team concept and really take it to the next level.
When you decided to create a multi-car program, people said you were nuts.
Oh, yeah.
Destined to fail. It would never work.
I read that a lot.
Why did it work?
Boy, and it was tough. I mean, that was tough because I would have to, at night, get Jeff Bodine to go over to the other shop, or Gary come on over to Harry's shop. Crew chief didn't want the other guys to see the other crew chief in the shop, so I had to wait for everybody to go home. And I thought, how silly this is. But then the crew chief started seeing things on the other cars that would help them. So then it got easier and easier and easier. When we could really see the real benefit of it was when we started 48 team.
When you think you've caught Hendrick, they've taken it up another level. And it's like, okay, yeah, we're as good as they were last week, but now they're on page 14, we're on page 13. And it's just a process of trying to catch up with those guys.
Makes me feel good. I mean, I've been in a position where Richard Childress and Dale Earnhardt were always the benchmark. I mean, if you're going to win it, you got to look at those guys and say, where can I beat them? And I can remember the days when I thought that just wasn't possible. It makes you feel good because there's a lot of pride here, and you like to be the one that they're shooting at.
After the history books on NASCAR are written, there'll probably be 2 great accomplishments. Richard Petty's 200 wins, Jimmie Johnson's, let's fill in the blank for right now. 4, 5, 6 in a row will have to go down as one of the top 2 accomplishments in NASCAR history.
When I think about the fact that I've been able to do this for 25 years, and that hopefully we're looking at 9 championships and approaching 200 wins, I can't believe it. I'm going to use one of Mark Martin's words now. I'm living the dream. I mean, I've never thought that that I would be able to even compete in this series.
And here you are, 1, 2, 3.
How many times do people in life have an opportunity to do something that no one's ever done? The records will be broken, but for a moment in time, if we can be the one that's done something no one else has ever done, then that's pretty neat.
As you look at the top 5 in points, the first 3 are Hendrick Motorsports teammates. 4th place Kurt Busch is the first one who could stop the sweep. He trails Jeff Gordon by 42 points. That's as few as 8 finishing positions in this race. Again, mentioned earlier, Rick Hendrick not going to be able to be at the racetrack today. He's returned back to his Charlotte area home to be with family members as his niece undergoes some emergency surgery. How has this man been able to get people who are competing against each other, essentially, to work together?
Oh, boy, I could tell you a lot of things about books and all that stuff, but, you know, Rick used to say something to us. He used to say, can I count on you? I need to know that if we were in a foxhole in a war and I got shot in the back, that you'd already be gone. And I think, in reality, everybody that works there feels that way about him. He is a guy that you can trust to pick you up, and that kind of charisma, that kind of support just makes you want to work hard and deliver for him.
Getting this multi-car thing, getting the people to work together. You heard Rick's comments on there. It wasn't easy. Rusty, you were with a team that was 1 car expanded to 2, and trying to fold all those pieces together was hard for you, wasn't it?
It was very hard for me. I mean, I was working so hard on my car, I didn't have time to even think about a second car team. And I needed help to make that happen. And the reason it's working for Rick Hendrick is because everybody loves this guy. He's working hard at making it happen. My car owner, Roger Penske, one of the best in the country. No doubt about that. But for whatever reason, Rick Hendrick has got this big fun attitude. He gets all these people that are dying to work for him and hang out with him, you know, go on his boat together, just have things outside the racetrack. They love this guy. And he demands this multi-car team work, and he expects it out of his people. And you know what? His people deliver for him, no problem.
Yes, they do.
Yeah, you know, as you look at this organization, and particularly in sports, I mean, you know, names like the Celtics and the Yankees, who are just, you know, coming off another World Series. This Hendrick Motorsports team rises up into that echelon, of the upper echelon of history. And the reason being, when you look at what Rick Hendrick has put together, and I said this earlier, he's done it through bootstrapping it. I mean, this man almost lost everything to get to where he's at now. And that's what makes it so incredible and so compelling. But when you talk about the great franchises in all of sport, now you have to start mentioning Hendrick Motorsports.
Yeah, easy to forget that he was trying to shut the team down because they didn't have any sponsorship.
Exactly.
When Jeff Bodine won a race for them in April of 1984, and they were able to secure some backing and continue on from there. Now, let's make a turn and talk about today's race specifically, our What to Watch For segment. Let's talk about 400 miles on this racetrack and how we're going to see people all over the banking in these corners.
Oh, yeah, we'll see guys running the bottom, middle, top, and wide because they got 18, 19, and 20-degree banking. Multi-banking angles here. Makes it so you can do that. They can run all over the place, but I will tell you, the problem you're going to have is at the top of the track right there, turn 3 and 4. It's been treacherous. There's been a lot of cars wrecking, especially last night. The drivers are going to have to be careful on the top of 3 and 4.
If your favorite driver isn't running so well to start the race, don't give up.
Well, the lines will continue to change. You know, a little bit of cloud cover today, but we're still going from day to night. This track is very, very temperature sensitive, and that changes the line. So if your guy's on the bottom, he might move to the top, and if he's not running good when we start, he'll probably be running good at the end.
Yeah.
Now, something new for the drivers to deal with in today's race. They haven't had to deal with at this track before.
Yeah, and that'll be the access road. But what we'll see is they come off of turn 4, they'll turn directly down onto pit road. And that's a pretty abrupt transition right there as they turn onto pit road. Watch for them breaking splitter braces and those types of things. Really have to protect the nose of that race car because it's such a big transition. You really can't tell on the camera there getting onto it. But as they go down pit road and exit, they'll exit onto the access road. As you see it right there where the sweepers are, they'll swing around that access road all the way around to turn 2 and pick up back on the racetrack. They'll blend back in there.
That entry off the pit lane, something a lot of drivers were working with in practice for the pit road speed limit, something a lot of crew chiefs were talking about this morning.
Well, like Brad said, they are worried about hitting the splitter. I mean, that's like coming out of your driveway onto the road at 150 miles an hour. Stuff's going to bottom out.
One other thing for us to watch for, The weather forecast.
Oh, man, don't even
The
say it.
forecast is a 30% chance of showers for the afternoon here in the Homestead area. You see the radar now. There are a couple of bands of showers off the Keys. Nothing at the racetrack. It may blow right past us, but in all fairness, got to mention it. It's out there and a possibility. And again, the changing temperatures and changing conditions, just something else for teams to have to contend with as these 400 miles run on. There's Anika Noni Rose, the voice of Princess Tiana from Walt Disney Pictures' The Princess and the Frog, that's in theaters December 11th. Anika's going to sing the national anthem when the opening ceremony gets underway here in just a few minutes. So what's this day going to be about? A stunning turn of events and an unexpected first-time champion?
Well, I think so, but I also think we had to put the emphasis on Mark and Jimmy, but what about Tony Stewart? What about Kevin Harvick? He wants to get to victory lane this year in that Richard Childress race car. He starts in the top 10. Newman, Biffle, Elliott. I mean, there are other guys who are going to be players, guys, throughout the day, and we got to remember that.
Yeah, what about these Ford guys? They've been dominating this thing the last 2 or 3 years. So, I mean, you can't forget about that. Biffle, I mean, this guy's fast around here.
Yeah.
It's going to be something. But this championship is going to come down between this guy right here, Mark Martin, and Jimmy Johnson. And Alan always says it's best. It's not over till it's over, and both of these cats know that.
Got to run 400 miles to figure out how it's going to come out, right?
And I think Jimmy's going to run hard for the first mile and a half to get that 5 points, guys.
Yeah, that'd be interesting to watch. That's a few spots.
Don't lose the lucky hat on the ride around the track to wave to the fans. Keep that aerodynamic bill there slicked around. All right, so history. Will Jimmy Johnson become the first man ever to win 4 consecutive NASCAR Sprint Cup Series championships? The trophy's going to be handed out to either he or Mark Martin at the end of 400 miles. Jimmy and Chad Knaus have talked a lot about luck in their times. They've been asked a lot about luck. Has luck been something they've manufactured or something that fate has just handed to them as they've prepared it? NASCAR Countdown returning after these messages and a word from our ABC station. So, winning 4 consecutive championships, what does luck have to do with it?
When it's your day, it's your day. We know they're good, and you have a little good fortune on your side, too.
we come down, we start changing spark plugs.
He's coming like a freight train. When they change those spark plugs, they got some good ones in this time.
Well, it is. Behind you.
He skirted all the bullets.
Oh, nice work, Johnson. Nice work. Excellent points. Thank you.
There's certain aspects of it that luck, I do believe, comes into play. But luck doesn't last forever, and luck doesn't guarantee success or disaster. I mean, you have to create those opportunities and put yourself in position.
If you're running 30th and you get into an accident, more than likely you had a reason why you're running 30th and you got caught up in that accident. So was that a bad pit stop? Was it a bad pit call? Well, that's not luck. That's because something happened. Something led up to that point.
Luck works with us sometimes, and we don't have that moment, and we get through and things look good. And there's other times where luck works against us.
We got trouble. Jimmy Johnson sliding off turn 2 and pounds the inside wall. Jimmy Johnson's car has been completely destroyed.
I'm not gonna lie, this right here is a disaster.
There is luck to a degree, for sure, but I really feel like that there's not an awful lot of luck in racing.
The final race of the NASCAR Sprint Cup Series for 2009, ready to begin at the Homestead Miami Speedway. 43 drivers going 400 miles over this fast track, racing past sunset and finishing under the lights. They all want to win, but only one will. They all want to be champion, but only one will. Today, that'll be one of 2 men. Jimmy Johnson, who certainly has the odds stacked in his favor, or Mark Martin, who won't give up right until the very last lap. Time to go trackside for the opening ceremony.
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise and remove your hats as the 42nd Fighter Wing Base Honor Guard of Homestead presents our nation's colors. And remain standing as Pastor Fidel Gomez of Calvary Chapel, Kendall offers today's invocation.
Our God, we thank you today for the freedom that we have, the freedom that has been obtained by every man and woman in the armed services. We pray today for the safety of the fans in the stands and all throughout this place. Lord, help the officials today. May they be safe. May they use wisdom and discernment. Lord, we pray for everybody in the pits, that they would be protected, that they would be safe. And Lord, of course, for the drivers, may you have them be highly competitive and yet fair and safe. Thank you for this time, and we pray this, Lord, in the name that is above every name, the King that is above every king, that at the name of Jesus, whoever turns to him would have everlasting life. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
And here to perform our national anthem, please welcome the voice of the lead character, Tiana, in Disney's new movie, Princess and the Frog, Anika Noni Rose.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the
Let's hear it for the all-new 2011 Ford Super Duty towing the American flag.
So as the drivers climb aboard and buckle in, we think for a moment about yesterday's NASCAR Nationwide Series race here. Kyle Busch clinched that championship in the finest style possible by winning the season's last race. Can Jimmie Johnson put the exclamation point on his run to history by winning today? Jimmy telling us a short while ago this was the moment he was looking for all week to stop talking about it, to climb in and go racing. The engines fire at Homestead next.
ESPN's coverage of the NASCAR Sprint Cup Series on ABC. Brought to you by Ford. See why Ford Racing's top drivers love the all-new Taurus from Ford. Verizon Wireless, America's largest 3G network. And Pepsi. Pepsi congratulates Jeff Gordon and the 24 team on an outstanding season of racing. Previously in the chase.
Man up, boys. Man up. Time to go. Go, go, go. Hard, hard, hard. Straight. Ford, Ford, you are the best, baby. You are unbelievable.
Jimmie Johnson wins it at Dover.
That's right, boys. Maximum points. What the heck was that all about? He just turned left. Oh, no.
There's Casey Kane across, and he takes Biffle with him.
Okay, so just go like hell. Company, go like hell.
Jimmie Johnson wins the Pepsi 500.
Woo!
Upside down barrel roll. Trouble for Jimmie Johnson.
Simple, buddy. Did what we had to do there. Nice job. Yes, 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 yes! Where'd that 5 finish? 5-car finish fourth, but
The three-time champion gets it done here at Phoenix.
awesome stuff, boys. Awesome stuff.
12 drivers, 10 races, 1 champion. What makes someone the best? Is it the ability to excel at the critical moments again and again? Is it the strength to blowtorch adversity and retool misfortune? Or is it the foresight to take the unknown and know it anyway? True, luck must be factored in. But at this level, luck is an opportunity built by preparation. It takes incredible effort if you're going to hang your name among legends. And it means somebody always has his sights set on you. Yes, there's a long list of things that goes into being the best. But by the end of today, that entire list will be summed up in a single name.
The best, a fitting description for Jimmie Johnson and his team the last 3 years. The title they're ready to claim again in the final race of the season, the Ford 400 at the Homestead Miami Speedway. There are plenty of obstacles in the way, a tough field of competitors, and the perils of racing at high speeds in tight traffic over 400 miles. Make no mistakes, the title is theirs. But what do Lady Luck and her partner Fate have in mind? Will it be an upset of the likes we haven't seen in a long time in NASCAR? Will Mark Martin somehow pull this championship out? Or will it be Jimmie Johnson on a run to history at the end of the day? Let's go trackside for the command.
Race fans, are you ready? The time is now. It's time for those most famous words in motorsports. Here to give the command, please welcome your Grand Marshal, Ford Motor Company spokesman and creator and host of Dirty Jobs, Mike Rowe.
If you start your day in steel-tip boots, a hard hat, or a Tyvek suit, I'd say get ready to get dirty. But today, I've got a different message, and it goes like this. Gentlemen, start your engine!
Fired up and ready. Bring it up. Fired up. Fired up. Yes, sir. 1, 2, 3. All right, Curtis, he's on the air. As soon as you.
Now that is the way to get a race started. As we get ready to begin the final race of the year, let's go up to the booth to three men who have seen a lot of NASCAR history and know all about the ups and downs of Championship Sunday. They've been there and done that. Dale Jarrett, Andy Petrie, and Dr. Jerry Punch. Gentlemen.
Thank you very much, Alan. Hello, everyone. Glad to have you folks with us. I want to get my engine started, too, now. Mike Rowe's got me all fired up. Folks, it is just this simple today. No matter what happens in this race, we will make NASCAR history when the checkered flag waves tonight. Either Jimmie Johnson will become the first driver in the 61-year history of NASCAR to win 4 consecutive titles, or we will crown NASCAR's first 50-year-old champion in Mark Martin. Now, guys, break it down for me. How do you see this championship unfolding here tonight?
Well, I'm kind of like Jimmie Johnson said earlier. I'm tired of talking about it. I'm ready for it to happen. And far be it from me to tell Jimmie Johnson how to run this race. He knows how to win this championship. But I think that Jimmie's going to lead this first lap. He's going to get those 5 bonus points, buy him a couple of more spots if something should go wrong. This is going to be, though, the longest 3 hours of Jimmie Johnson's life. He has everything right there in front of him, but he can't let his guard down for 1 second. I think we see him be a little bit aggressive at times, but he's just going to do what he has to do.
And for Mark Martin, he's going to do what he's done all year long. He's raced with a lot of heart. He's going to go out there and give it all he's got, and he's probably going to have a good shot at winning this race. And if he does, and at the end of the day, he happens to win this championship by whatever reason, you're not going to ever see a happier person in racing. But if he doesn't, he's going to go home a very satisfied person for what he has accomplished this year.
You know, aside from the championship chase, there's a lot at stake for a lot of hard luck drivers and teams that have one final chance tonight to make a statement for 2009.
And, Richard Childress Racing is one of those. They put 3 cars in the chase last year, won races. They haven't done any of that this year. They have not won a race or put a car in the chase. So but they have turned the corner in the last few races. We've seen some life over there, and this could be a real turnaround race for them to go into the off season. So their cars were 1 and 2 in happy hour. They'll have a good shot.
Yeah, and you know, as much as we talked about Hendrick Motorsports, 1, 2, 3 in the points, there's a 4th guy over there. Oh yeah, he happens to be the sport's most popular driver, Dale Earnhardt Jr. Been showing a lot of promise lately. He would dearly like to finish this year in victory lane.
And I got to believe the flagship team for Ford, Roush Fenway, has got to be a little bit disappointed with their performance thus far in 2009. 5 teams, yet they have just 3 wins.
Yeah, and of course this is Ford Championship weekend. These guys would like to be in victory lane whenever this day is over. They've won 3 races this year, but the 2 guys that won their 11 races last year, Greg Biffle and Carl Edwards, have yet to go to victory lane. They would like to change that here today.
Well, let's see if Carl Edwards can indeed change it tonight. His last win came here a year ago. Carl is our in-race reporter and starts 24th in his Aflac Ford. Let's visit with him.
Hey Carl, Dale Jarrett, the ESPN. You have a copy?
I got you, Dale.
Hey man, thanks for talking with us. Let's get right to the mailbag. And Riley from Tallahassee, Florida asked, you won the Cup race at Homestead last year, and Roush Fenway runs really well there. Can you explain the magic that the Roush cars have at Homestead?
I don't know. I hope the magic's still there, though. That's a good question. You know, yesterday we had a great run in the Ortho Fusion. This Aflac Ford Fusion's pretty good, and you know, I just love this racetrack. You know, we have a blast here sliding around. It's real slippery. You can race anywhere, and you know, hopefully it works the same way it's been working past history.
Yeah, Carl, speaking of last night, we saw you have a great run there, a chance at winning that race. And we saw the racing get very exciting as the sun went down last night. Does the track get that much more grip, and can we expect some of that tonight?
Yeah, I hope so. You know, there was one point last night where I was racing with Burton and, you know, and Joey and Kyle, and man, we were having an amazing battle. And I think you're going to see a lot of that tonight, and that just comes from that track being so wide, and the banking here is, you know, perfect for that kind of racing.
Okay, Carl, we appreciate you talking with us as always. Have a great day. We'll talk to you later on. Now Andy's going to talk to your crew chief, Bob Osborne.
Good luck, guys.
Hello, Bob Osborne. Andy Petrie in the booth. You got us?
Yeah, I got you, Andy. Pretty low, but I got you.
Okay, Bob, we've seen before what Carl Edwards is willing to do to win a race. We saw it at Kansas last year, and we saw it last night. I mean, he was rolling the dice to try to get a win. What are you willing to do down on the pit box to get a win here in this last race?
Well, I'm willing to do just about anything to get a win here. I think the key here is, you know, trying something different. I think like trying left side tires on the right or something like that, you know, might win the race. You never know.
Well, good luck with that one, Bob, and if you get away with it, it'll be great. But anyway, all kidding aside, good luck today, and thanks for talking to us. Great year.
Sandy, I appreciate it.
Okay, joining Carl, we'll have onboard cameras in 8 other cars, including both of our championship contenders, Mark Martin, who starts 4th, and Jimmie Johnson on the pole. Back after this message and a word from our ABC stations. Here at Homestead Miami Speedway, the cars have rolled off, and we are just moments away from the start of the Ford 400 NASCAR Sprint Cup Series season finale. This broadcast is available in Spanish by activating your SAP button presented by ESPN Deportes. As today's starting grid's being revealed to you across the top of your screen, let's revisit some of the key storylines we'll be following today. Here's Dave.
And Doc, even the numbers could be on Jimmie Johnson's side today. If he clinches his 4th trophy by winning his 8th race of the season, it will be his 48th career victory. Vince Welch?
Well, if Mark Martin is to achieve victory today and challenge for this championship, his team needs to have a perfect day in the pits, earn some positions on pit lane, and maybe at the end of the day, he'll be in victory lane. Doc?
Thank you, guys. 43 drivers have visions of victory. 2 of those are chasing history. The points leader has never won the season finale. In the last 2 years, a driver starting 4th has won the race today. That would be Mark Martin starting outside of row 2. Folks, it is time to make history here in Homestead, so buckle up as we turn them loose for the final time in 2009. Jimmie Johnson pulling by 4 car lengths. If he leads a lap, the magic number for his championship will change. Mark Martin trying to get there.
Now, Mark Martin really tried to get there. He got a big start there, spun his tires, and trying to get up there to keep Jimmie Johnson from leading this lap, but he's not going to be able to do it. Jimmie's going to get those 5 points.
Jimmie comes down and leads getting those 5 points, and now he only has to finish 27th or better to be the champion.
Yeah, and that may sound easy, but these guys aren't geared up to finish 27th. They don't know how to do that. This is what they know how to do, is lead these races. But, man, we have some racing going on. Look back here. 2, 3, sometimes 4 wide already.
33 car. You see Clint Boyer up on the high side. His teammate in front of him, Kevin Harvick, 29 car. And there's Ryan Newman looking for his first win in 2009.
And right behind them, I saw Tony Stewart working the top of the racetrack right off the bat. That's unusual to see him doing that. He's usually right on the bottom.
We heard Rusty Wallace talk about it. They're down in turn 1 and 2 right now. There's a little more grip there. It's already getting some shade on that part of the track. But as they head down the back straightaway and go into 3, that's what gets the most sun, the slickest part of the racetrack.
Again, a reminder, it is a 400-mile, 267-lap race, and the final third of this race will be run in darkness. And here comes a 29 car. No surprise that Kevin Harvick is this quick given how well he ran in happy hour.
Yeah, he had a huge run down the backstretch this last lap. I don't know if he's running the top or the bottom. I just looked back there on the backstretch. He was passing like 2 cars, it seemed like. He's got this baby rolling on the top.
Yeah, that's what you'll see. These guys that on the top, keeping that momentum, really looks like they have a lot more horsepower when they get to the straightaway. Shannon?
Been a very uneventful weekend for this 29 car this weekend. Crew chief told me it's been pretty good, but Kevin Harvick mentally has been in a great mood. And guys, that is 90% of the battle out there on the racetrack. He won the Truck Series championship this weekend, and he has a great car here today.
Same car that he finished 5th with at Texas. That was a 1.5 mile track just like this one.
Yeah, when Harvick's happy, he's hard to beat.
Early laps here, 4 laps complete. Jimmie Johnson now has led all 4. Marcos Ambrose, the impressive sophomore season driver, in 2nd spot, and now Mark Martin is 3rd.
Yeah, see Mark hit one of those seams down there, and whenever you do that, it really loses the front end, and he went way up the racetrack in 3.
You heard Mark Martin say in Countdown he's going to have to hang on to his car during the daylight. He thought his car would really come in and be very good once it got dark.
Yeah, and what he's saying, too, that he was going to be basically committed to the bottom of the racetrack, and he knows that he might have some parts of the race that are not so good because he's doing that. This might be the part of the race that's not going to be so good for him.
Kevin Harvick thought about going under him in turn 3 and backed off.
Yeah, and I saw Jimmie Johnson just in front of this for the first time take a lot higher line through turns 3 and 4. I don't think you can get a lot of laps out of your tires to see Kevin Harvick make that pass on Mark Martin.
Watch this. Right here is where Mark Martin went in the corner, trying to chase down Marcos Ambrose, running right on the bottom of the racetrack, and then all of a sudden, this thing, look at that, turned sideways.
Yeah, he crossed over that part to where the banking changes right there, and if you're not careful, if you get your right side tires right on that, right in the middle where you're trying to carry that speed,
trying to come inside here.
You can find yourself in trouble.
About 1 back now. 1 back.
Back up front, Jimmie Johnson is leading, but Marcos Ambrose is moving in. The margin now about 5 car lengths.
He's showing that qualifying run was not a fluke.
That and the run at Texas, you know, the last 1.5 mile track that we were on, Marcos Ambrose had a great race car that day. They ran it out of fuel late in the race and didn't have the finish to show what they had done all night long there.
Only the first full year as a NASCAR Sprint Cup driver. Marcos Ambrose, very likable. He's from Tasmania, an island off the coast of Australia. His family has already gone back to Tasmania. Marcos said, I can't wait to get on the plane tomorrow and go see my wife and kids, but I got business to take care of.
Yeah, he'd like to be putting that trophy on that plane with him, too.
The car that qualified.
82 cars falling back.
A couple of guys falling back. The 82 car, top of your screen there. That is Scott Speed, who qualified 2nd, and he will possibly lose a couple more positions.
Yeah, and here comes a guy that we've been talking about, Marcos Ambrose, for the lead right here on the bottom of the racetrack now. I think he's going to have a hard time completing that pass down there on the bottom. We'll see as he gets this run.
Can't quite get it done as Jimmie holds him off. Talked about Tony Stewart moving up to the high side. He's using the high lane now to go by the 5 car of Mark Martin for position.
He did it right off the start, too. He didn't even try the bottom. Here comes Ambrose now working the top side of Jimmie Johnson.
Yeah, he's going to take that lead right now. That's what I thought he would try to do the first time, but I think Jimmie kind of fooled him when he went high into 3 and opened the bottom the last time. But we're going to have a new leader at the line this time.
Marcos Ambrose, very deliberate and very, very careful.
That's awesome.
When he passed Jimmie Johnson in Bristol, Tennessee, folks, back in August, he did the same thing. He said, Jimmy who? As he went by. And now Marcos Ambrose, one of the most colorful characters in the garage area, is our leader here at Homestead. The $10,000 ESPN Pick 12 Challenge winner who picked the correct order in Phoenix is Cindy F. from Sebring, Florida. Now, thanks to all of you who played and made this challenge such a great success. This week's winner who has picked the correct order for Homestead will be notified, and results will be posted at ESPN.com/Pick12. And Marcos Ambrose, who just a moment ago was talking about he thought he might have a tire going down, gets right up against the outside wall.
Yeah, he almost hit the wall in 1 and 2.
Something wrong. You got a flat tire or something. It's really going away.
Yeah, I think he does have a problem here. He looks like he's coming in the pits.
This will give us our first show.
Show you how close he got up here when the car just went right up across the racetrack. He was up there anyway.
Okay, did he touch it there? It looks like he may have just barely touched the wall. He is on pit road.
Yeah, it goes up, makes the pass on Jimmie Johnson, leads 4 laps, and suddenly the car just snaps sideways. So a very tough break for Marcos Ambrose, who qualified 3rd. Shannon.
Guys, the team is calling for right sides only. They're going to take a look at that tire, make sure there's no major problems. But Marcos Ambrose, as you heard, reported that he thinks he has a flat tire. We will get a shot of that for you guys as soon as we can.
And they better hope it wasn't a left rear.
And he will lose a lap. There comes Jimmie Johnson by him. The good news is they do have the free pass here under a caution flag, and right now all the other cars are still on the lead lap.
And that's why I would have thought, Andy, maybe about 4 tires. You're going to lose a lap anyway, so why not get the 4 tires on and make sure?
And every time in that situation, I'm going to put 4 tires on just for that reason. You just don't know.
Right along with Tony Stewart here, who's a 2-time winner at Homestead Miami Speedway. In fact, he won here as a rookie back in 1999 and backed it up a year later in 2000.
Yeah, when he won those races, a totally different configuration of this racetrack. So Tony he felt like that he's had some good cars here since they changed the racetrack and we have this multi-banking, but he hasn't exactly got his car where he's wanted it. But he was pretty excited about and optimistic about his chances here today.
Tony was quoted as saying that the neat part about this racetrack is, as you see Kevin Harvick all the way down on the bottom of the racetrack, Tony was saying that you just barely touch the brakes entering the corner. You back out of the throttle, just touch the brakes, and then jam the throttle back down. Let's update the 48 car. Dave.
Well, the day started kind of interestingly. Before the green flag, a crew chief's nemesis, if you will, a radio hung open. Chad Knaus looking over the back of the pit box, pointing to everyone, check your radios, make sure you're not keying the microphone and blocking the channel that the spotter needs to talk to his driver. They corrected it, and they got it right. They were telling Jimmy early after that, get up high early. It looks like the grip's coming in a little bit better. The driver reporting the car's a little bit tight in the center, a little bit free off the corner right now.
That is so aggravating when you have a radio keyed open like that, especially in the situation that this team's in. They don't want problems like that. So it's good they got it fixed early.
Tony Stewart now starting to ease in on Kevin Harvick, and Harvick has changed his line. Whoa, Stewart a little bit sideways coming up off the corner, but now Harvick has moved up in the middle of the racetrack.
Yeah, you see a lot of drivers searching around now on the racetrack. I saw Mark Martin has been running the bottom pretty well exclusively, but we have seen him actually experiment some.
Yeah, and I just think if you stay committed to that bottom 2 longs, we see Tony get another run on Harvick for that 2nd spot, that you're going to wear the tires a little bit more than what you want to. See Harvick just pull over and let Tony go as he's caught him here early.
We talked about the progressive banking here at this racetrack, 18, 19, 20 degrees. And DJ, how much can you alter the handling of your car by just changing your line here on the racetrack?
Well, it changes a lot because it actually feels like there's not quite 18 degree of banking down there where Harvick's running, right down at that white line. But you can change the way that it feels, and as you move around on the racetrack, you're going to find that your car will do different things. So if you've got a loose race car on the bottom, you might move it around and find that it does something totally different that might suit your setup at that particular time.
If you just joined our coverage, Marcos Ambrose had passed Jimmie Johnson and led for 4 laps and had a rear tire go down, had to come on pit road, and now is being shown 1 lap down in 43rd position. Shannon.
Doc, you can see the cut right here on the right rear of Marcos Ambrose. What a disappointing start to the race. They qualified so well 3rd. They had so many hopes for today. But Dale, maybe you can describe what Ambrose was feeling inside the car based on something that looks like that.
Yeah, that might not look very significant, but that's just letting the air out of that tire. And as you try to lean on that right rear tire, then it's getting softer and it's letting the car go down, and the car will just feel like it's going to spin out with you every single time.
One car that is on the move. We talked about him at the top of the show, winless in 2009, but making his way toward the front, the 88 car of Dale Earnhardt Jr.
Man, I'll say,
he is getting it around the top of this racetrack, guys.
Look at that, 19 spots he's gained.
And he is literally inches away from the wall every single time.
Look at that.
but it's making him so fast down the straightaway. I've been watching him. It's just incredible how he's passing these cars. He doesn't drive it in very far, but watch him get back to the gas before these other guys are even thinking about it, and then watch the momentum off the corner here.
He just inhales that 44 car of Allmendinger as he goes by, and now it's moving in behind the 00 of Rudeman Jr. now in 12th position. Well, the man who's chasing history here, trying to win his 4th consecutive championship, Jimmie Johnson, won the pole on Friday, was very good in happy hour on Saturday, and right now he is being shown as our leader here. He has led twice for 21 laps. The differential point-wise, 143 points back to Mark Martin, who's being shown in 4th spot. Carl Edwards, Greg Biffle, and Matt Kenseth are driving Fords, and you could be too. Go to I'mDriving1.com to hear what the stars of Ford Racing have to say and register to win your own 2010 Ford Taurus. That is Greg Biffle you're riding with there, back in 14th position. He is a 3-time winner here at Homestead Miami Speedway. And the 47 car now back on pit road.
Yeah, that thing just laid down all of a sudden, like the motor messed up or something. Don't know what they're working on down there. What is it, Shannon?
Well, right now the guys are working on changing the battery. They're looking under the hood. You can see that, just trying to diagnose it. Marcos Ambrose really didn't have a clear-cut explanation. He said one time he thought he was blowing up, and then he said it might be electrical, but they are changing the battery and just taking a look at everything they can right now.
Well, that's heartbreaking for that team. They had such a good car.
Talking about good cars, how about Jimmie Johnson now? Got to be a little bit of a surprise that they know they talked about being good early on, but I thought Jimmie would lead a couple laps and then find a place to ride. I guess he has got a place to
That's
ride.
The best place to ride.
There's no traffic.
Yeah, you're gonna.
We talked about how Hendrick Motorsports wanted to finish 1, 2, 3, and the first ever trifecta finish for a single team, and Kurt Busch is trying to be the spoiler here because he is trying to move in now on Jeff Gordon for 3rd position. When the day began, it was just 42 points. Kurt Busch in 4th spot behind Jeff Gordon. And right now, Kurt Busch running 7th on the racetrack. Jeff Gordon running back in 9th position. Up front, here comes Tony Stewart. And I don't know if you heard the story in NASCAR Countdown that Marty Smith was talking about. When Jimmie Johnson qualified on the pole,
You're the leader.
it was Tony Stewart he went to get advice from on where to run. Stewart helped him, and Jimmie got out of the car when he won the pole, went back to thank Tony, and now Tony takes the lead away. Dave Burns.
Tony Stewart's report on the car so far, just a little bit tight in the center of the corner. They will make a wedge adjustment on their first stop to help that. As for Jimmie Johnson, he reported about 6 or 8 laps ago that the tires seem to have lost all the grip that they had initially. Vince?
Mark Martin, you recall in the pre-race show, the countdown show, he said, I much prefer the bottom. Well, as crew chief Alan Gustafson knows, they're going to have to run around the top at some parts of this race today. But right now, Mark says, in 1 and 2, I'm not too bad, but I am awful loose in turn 3. Either way he goes, he says, you cannot make me any looser, but somehow you got to figure out a way to make me turn a little better in the center. He's holding steady in the top 5, but not an ideal car here in the early stages for Mark Martin. Doc?
And again, as you said, he said that when it gets dark, our car's going to get better and better. Right now, he's just trying to hang on. He doesn't look too far in the rearview mirror because the guy behind him that's coming is Clint Boyer in this 33 car there. Andy Petrie mentioned that none of the RCR Richard Childress racing cars had won in 2009, and Boyer's got a good ride here at Homestead.
Yeah, him and Harvick both have really good cars, and so does Jeff Burton. I haven't seen Burton up in the top 10 yet, but I expect to see him up there before too long.
Yeah, he's moved up to 15th, and we know that's how Jeff Burton does it. He doesn't have the stellar qualifying effort, but he makes his way towards the front when it counts.
Talked about Burton's performance last week at Phoenix. He came from 36th starting spot to finish 2nd and was driving the car sideways. Another brand new race car and another car that's really hooked up to the racetrack here for him.
Yeah, I talked to him last night after the Nationwide race. He had such a good car, really had a winning car if the circumstances had worked out for him. And just talk about how just all the cars, everything, Nationwide Series and Cup cars over at Richard Childress Racing are running better.
Hey, watch these guys battle. Let you know that Dale Jr. has moved just into the top 10 now. He scraped the wall a minute ago, but it hadn't slowed him down.
Well, it's just a matter of time before that was going to happen because he was only an inch away from it from the start.
There's Juan Pablo Montoya in the 42 car.
You have no idea how loose this is.
He thinks it's funny.
My car
Looks
was
scary
loose.
to
I
me.
never was laughing too much about it personally, so it's nice he can have a sense of humor about it.
Well, he scraped the wall on Friday, spun out on Friday, scraped it on Saturday. Thus far, he's missed it today, but obviously the car is a handful. Here comes Bill Elliott back on the backside of Montoya trying to make the move.
Bill Elliott had a great qualifying effort up in the top 10, the 8th spot. Hanging on pretty well here. That's the 17th spot. He's battling Montoya for the 16th spot. So a good run for these guys early.
Yeah, the Wood brothers spent 2 months building this brand new race car, and Elliott said it was worth the wait. He said it is the best car he has been in, they have built in a year and a half.
And look at Boyer, how high he's running.
Yeah, watch the run he gets right here down the straightaway.
Looks like he'll probably be able to clear him this next corner.
Probably so. Although the turn 1 and 2, you can still get a good run down the bottom, but I think Mark's going to give him that spot right now. Or Clint's going to take it whether Mark wanted to give it to him or not.
Clint Boyer 4 top 10 finishes the last 6 starts, including a 7th last week at Phoenix. Well, the guy they're chasing in the points right now and the guy they're chasing on the racetrack is one and the same. It is Jimmie Johnson, or pardon me, there is the 14 car of Tony Stewart, and who has gone by Jimmie Johnson, who is in 2nd position. Stewart's now opened up a 9/10 of a second lead over Johnson. 39 laps in the books. Back after this message and a word from our ABC stations.
Riding along with the leader, Tony Stewart, as we remind you that Sunday in the comeback story of the year, Whitney Houston performs live. With 5 nominations, will Michael Jackson be the night's biggest winner? Plus performances by the Black Eyed Peas, Carrie Underwood, Lady Gaga, Rihanna, and more. It's the American Music Awards tonight at 8 Eastern, 7 Central on ABC. And our aerial coverage today is provided by Goodyear. New Fuel Max tires help you get there on less gas. Calculate your savings at GoodyearTires.com. Tony Stewart has opened up a 1.1 second lead over the would-be history maker, Jimmie Johnson, running in 2nd after 45 of 267 laps. Johnson leading earlier, making Mark Martin's challenge now Jimmy's goal, if Mark wins the race, 27th or better in this season finale. Now, besides Jimmie and Tony, the headline maker in the early going is Dale Earnhardt Jr., who started 32nd. He needed just 35 laps to enter the top 10, running an extreme high line that's got him up there scraping the wall, Rusty.
He is flat flying around the top of the racetrack, but he's getting too close to it. Right here, he scrapes into the wall. He's taking another shot, smoke pouring out of the car, but he's still going. He's still using the top side of the track. He's just going to have to be a little bit careful. And we all know that's the line that he loves the very most, and it's working for him now. But hey, hold on a little bit, Junior. Don't get too crazy out there on us.
Yeah, I'm not even running hard. It's just the right rear yaw down so much it catches the wall and it just steers you into it.
Dale Earnhardt Jr. not even running hard? Wow.
I'd be telling him as a crew chief, don't run any harder then, because if you hit that wall, we're not going to be able to finish this race. The 2 is running really good, and he may be the guy that spoils the Hendrick 1, 2, 3. I know that Stephen Letarte and Jeff Gordon were concerned about racing that 2 car all day, and as you can see, he's moving through the field really good.
I tell you, the Penske organization has really come around. This doesn't surprise anybody how good Kurt Busch is running right now. I mean, fast race car of light, Alan.
And while Kurt moves up, he takes a spot away from Mark Martin and kicks Mark farther back. So you see the reset numbers there. Kurt now still in 4th position in points, but trying to see if he can spoil the Hendrick top 3 sweep in the championship. So still in the pretty early going here as we head back upstairs to Doc DJ and Andy, and Kurt Busch looking impressive, guys.
Very much so. Driving the same car, Alan, that he won with at Texas. He named the car Patriot. He had the Operation Homefront paint scheme on it when he won the last time on a 1.5 mile racetrack. Now here's Jimmie Johnson running in 2nd spot, mired in some traffic.
Yeah, that's good. Good race for 2nd developing right here. You see Kevin Harvick in the 29 car and his teammate Clint Boyer right there in that 33. Well, it's a tight spot right here for Jimmy. Yeah, he does the right thing.
Yeah, and that's kind of why Harvick caught him, because he's been extremely careful around this traffic.
Whoa.
You can't blame him.
Look at this.
Boyer just almost gets into the back of Elliott Sadler, dodges the back of Sadler's Dodge. No pun intended.
I said, man, they call this a race, right? I'm going.
Glenn doesn't have anything to hold back for.
Heck no.
He needs to get to victory lane.
Again, Johnson running in second spot. Harvick and Boyer third and fourth. Now it's Boyer and Harvick third and fourth. 71 cars, Bobby Labonte driving the Chevy that he's owned by Kevin Buckler, that he signed to drive for the entire 2010 season. Here's a 17 car, former winner here in the pits, Vince.
The 17 of Matt Kenseth, you see, making a 4-tire change. They're making a chassis adjustment on the right rear as well, as Kenseth looks for a little more stability here in the early going. You see the time running at the bottom of the screen on that pit stop. Now the 5 car of Mark Martin. It started out too loose, but Mark says as the run went on, it got too tight in the center. They contemplated an air pressure adjustment in the right front, but ultimately he and crew chief Alan Gustafson decided they were going to leave it just like it is. Shannon.
Dale Earnhardt Jr. in the 88 car, great run going for these guys. It's a little bit snug for Dale Jr. He said, free me up. They're going to try with air pressure. It's going to be 4 tires for Dale Jr.
These are scheduled pit stops. We've seen the guys come on around lap 50. Others coming down pit road. You see Tony Stewart right side of your screen. He is the leader. Let's go down to the Harvick pits. Shannon.
Kevin Harvick says the front end is sliding, but there was a change. The rear tire changer, he has sick with the flu, so he's gone to the infield care center. They took someone from the 07 on the rear tire. Dave.
Jimmie Johnson slides to a stop. They will change 4 tires. Mike Nauer, the catch can man, has already made a track bar adjustment for Jimmie Johnson. He said the nose was getting tighter and giving up on him. It's a clean stop for Jimmy.
That is the key for Jimmie Johnson. Be clean, be deliberate, have no mistakes on pit road with lug nuts. 33 car, Clint Boyer coming down toward you, Shannon.
Clint Boyer, another RCR driver, having a great run here today. Says the car is getting looser and looser, so they are going to make a track bar adjustment. You see that wrench in the back window there. It is a great run so far for the 33 and all the RCR camp. 4 tires for Clint Boyer. Vince.
31 of Jeff Burton coming off that great run last week at Phoenix, but he says it's a little loose on the throttle, tight in the middle. They made 4-tire change, and of course filled it up with Sunoco fuel.
Dave. Tony Stewart has given up the lead. He comes slowly down pit road to the attention of his office depot crew. They will make a wedge and an air pressure adjustment for the leader. He was talking most lately about the car being just a little bit tight in the first center third of the corner. See Big Jeff Patterson making a wedge adjustment there. He is the gas man. He will fill it full of Sunoco fuel. Jeff Gordon is finished with his pit stop work. You see him coming to the left there. It is whoa, it's tight for them coming off pit road. There goes Stewart.
The 2 car was the leader. You see Newman and Gordon now finishing. That car, Kurt Busch, got credited with leading a lap, got 5 bonus points, and now he makes his first scheduled stop of the day, coming down at 45 miles an hour. Let's go back down to Dave.
And Doc, that was exactly the plan. Crew Chief Pat Tryson told him, stay out there, we'll see if we can get 5, and then come down pit road. The wrench going in will be a track bar adjustment for Kurt. It is track bar for a loose race car. Also air pressure adjustments to help him. But we know loose is fast, and Kurt has been moving through the field. Before this round of pit stops started, Kurt was running in the 7th position after starting in the 12th spot. Let's go over the wall with Mark Armstrong on the 7 car, Robbie Gordon.
We were trying to count those lug nuts for Hollywood Armstrong, who's the rear tire changer there on Robbie Gordon, who just got back from running the Baja 1000 where he had a top 5 finish.
Okay, this is a race for the lead right here. Clint Boyer had a 12.6 second 4-tire stop right there, and that's what's got him in contention for the lead. He also pitted just a lap earlier than Tony Stewart. Harvick, man,
Both of these guys were behind Jimmie Johnson also as they battle for the lead as they come up on this traffic now. Jimmie Johnson's back in the 5th spot. I saw as he came into the pits and even down pit road, he was extremely cautious, which is exactly what he should be doing at this point in time. He doesn't want a penalty, but I think that he's showing up just what their thinking is now.
Yeah, I think that's part of the plan for Jimmie. I think the pit crew also very methodical. 15-second stop. I think that's exactly what they're shooting for.
You see Robbie Gordon going a lap down as these guys are still battling side by side. Bottom of the racetrack, Harvick. Up top is Boyer. And the car in front of them, the 0-2, David Gilliland, trying to stay on the lead lap.
And look at this, man. This is a whale of a race. You got these top 3 right here, and then you got Mark Martin chasing them down. Jimmie Johnson just behind this group.
Tony Stewart, who had been leading, now trying to decide, where do I go? Do I go between them when one goes high and one goes low? Yeah. Now Mark Martin being shown in 4th position, Jimmie Johnson back in 5th. That means that Mark Martin would gain something. Of course, now Jimmie Johnson has led a lap. He has the 5 bonus points. Mark is yet to lead today.
And Mark would love to get up there and battle for this lead and get those 5 points.
Yeah, he did a great job getting on and off of pit road even to have these guys in sight because he had lost touch with the leaders for a little bit there at the end of that first run. Here comes Tony Stewart on the inside.
Tony able to get down on the bottom of the racetrack and run that middle groove and try to take the spot away from Clint Boyer. Stewart had led 20 consecutive laps prior to that first scheduled pit stop when they came in on lap 52.
Well, it has to be pleasing for Richard Childress and this entire organization to see these cars up here battling for the lead. They've really struggled at times earlier this year, but seem to have things really worked out now for their drivers.
Yeah, it's really an affirmation, too, of what they're doing is working. I mean, that's a big thing going into this last race of the year, going into the off-season, knowing that what you're working on is in the right direction.
Tony Stewart now middle of the racetrack. That's Michael Waltrip up high. Tony in the middle as they attempt to put Michael Waltrip a lap down. Harvick able to make the move, and now Tony still running in 2nd position. We have had 6 lead changes, 6 different leaders.
And Mark Martin sneaking in the picture here.
You heard of Mark Martin telling the crew during that pit stop he did not want to change the car at all. Thought the track would come to him. Right now, everyone is chasing Kevin Harvick up front. Back in a moment. Lap 64 here at Homestead Miami Speedway, and the 2 championship contenders battling on the racetrack. Mark Martin in the 5 car being shown 4th. Jimmie Johnson is 5th and trying to make the pass to go back by Mark Martin. The point differential was 113 points, and now with Jimmie making that pass, with 123 there, of course, Jimmie Johnson now has led and has gotten the 5 bonus points for leading a lap. Moments ago, we had a lead change. Kevin Harvick was being shown as the leader, but Tony Stewart now has driven his Chevy back by.
See Tony working the top side of the racetrack, gets a good run down the back straightaway. See, Tony's really not driving this car into the corner very hard. Look at him get back in the gas so much sooner than Kevin Harvick right there. He's just making the straightaways even longer by being able to do that.
Tony, one of the surprise stories of 2009, becoming a car owner, Stewart Haas Racing, and putting both of his cars in the postseason chase for the NASCAR Sprint Cup.
What an incredible job this team and organization has done in doing that in their first year. That Tony winning races. It's just been amazing what they've been able to accomplish. I look for them, obviously, to be a championship contender next year for both of these as they get even more experience.
Yeah, 4 wins for Tony. Pocono, Daytona, Watkins Glen, and the last time he won a race was a 1.5 mile racetrack. Let's update the 48 car. Dave.
Good pit stop for them. Jimmie said, I definitely got the grip back that I was looking for. He said I had a funny brief vibration, like maybe it was a wheel weight, but he has not talked off the wheel, that is, but he has not talked about that since. And as far as the line he was running, he's trying to go as high as he can. Chad Knaus told us this morning that he would either need to run extremely low or extremely high. Jimmie's been sort of in the middle high up to this point. Vince?
Well, the 5 car of Mark Martin, second in points, currently running 5th. This is the car that this team won with at Darlington in May and Chicago in July. They're trying a handful of different things with the setup this time around, looking for a little extra speed. Mark Martin, and we talked about this, guys, that once this track starts to cool, it'll start giving a little bit more grip. Mark came on the radio just a little while ago and he said, I feel like we're going to be better later on, but right now I just need to turn it better in the center. So he likes the car maybe for the distance that we're going to go tonight, but it's still a little bit of a handful, especially in the middle of the turn right now, Doc.
And as the sun goes down, that car will get better and better and better. Right now, the guy third in points is running in 6th position, the 4-time champion, Jeff Gordon. By the way, this is the only track that Jeff Gordon has never won a race on. And Kurt Busch in the 2 car, well, remember, he's the one that wants to get up there and spoil the Hendrick trifecta, the first 1, 2, 3 finish, and you see the differential there. Kurt Busch running in 10th position has actually lost some points. He was 42 back when the day began. Well, the AT&T fastest pit crew of the year has been decided, and points were accumulated by the team who won each race by fan votes and by an ESPN pick, and it came down to a 1-point difference, and the winner is the 24 team of Jeff Gordon, with Earnhardt Jr., Stewart, and Johnson finishing in that order. Now, on behalf of Jeff Gordon and his team, $20,000 is being donated to the Victory Junction Camp. And there is Kyle Petty on the stage for the presentation of the check from AT&T. 70 laps in here, the season finale, the Ford 400 at Homestead Miami Speedway. It is Stewart, Harvick, Bowyer, Johnson, and Martin.
We're past the 100-mile mark of today's Ford 400, the final race of the season for the NASCAR Sprint Cup Series. On the right, the race leader, Tony Stewart. Up on second place, Kevin Harvick by 2.3 seconds. On the left, the top 2 in the championship, Jimmy Johnson and Mark Martin, racing for 4th and 5th positions on the track from the pit studio with Rusty, Brad, and Ray. So far, all Tony Stewart's way. What about the 2 championship guys? What have you seen from them so far?
Right now, they're being patient out there, Alan. They know that when darkness comes, these cars are going to handle a completely different. I've talked to Johnson and Mark Martin. They're going to try to primarily stay on the bottom of the track. They feel uncomfortable up top. You see them get loose right there, just kind of guarding these cars right now until the track gets hooked up with the darkness.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to watch. They both seem to be pretty equal, and Mark has actually tracked down Jimmy, and Jimmy's just being very, very patient, like Rusty said. Find himself a good open space to ride and take advantage of not being in traffic right now. So it's going to be a shootout. These 2 guys are going to be duking it out as it gets darker.
Well, don't forget about the guy that's third in points. It looks like they made some adjustments on that pit stop, and his car is running better because he's closing the gap on those 2 guys. So those 3 Hendrick cars seem to be pretty matched, and with the way Junior's running, I think he's going to be up there too. Looks like Hendrick has found something along with the RCR cars for today.
One of the things that goes along with the last race of the year is drivers' last drives with people they've been with or rides they've had for the year before they go separate ways. Martin Truex Jr., his last ride for the Earnhardt Ganassi team in this 1 car before he moves on for next year, and it started off awfully well.
So far, it's okay. And next year, Truex Jr. is one of the guys I'll be looking at. He'll be teamed up with Pat Tryson. Kurt Busch's crew chief should have a great run next year. But this guy right here, this veteran, Jeff Burton, he's been on fire of late. He's running real well.
Yeah, the RCR guys have found something. All of them are up in the front there. And Richard Childress said they've been building some new cars, and he attributes that to what they found to moving Scott Miller into a different engineering position, overseeing the building of all those cars. And you can see the results on track today.
This young man, I'm expecting, though, to have a tremendous year yet next year. And I'm talking about old Junebug up there near the wall, right, where he does it best. I mean, I think he and Lance McGrew are going to go forward in a big way, especially for next season. They built some good race cars down the last part of the year. It didn't have good finishes to show for it. He's got a good race going today, but I think next year, old Junebug bounces back, baby.
Martin Truex working on Jeff Gordon for 6th place. Here's a guy moving on from a group of people that he's been with basically since the start of his career. A lot of the guys at Earnhardt Ganassi Racing were with Dale Earnhardt Incorporated. The man who brought Martin Truex Jr. into his fold and made a Nationwide Series champion out of him and so on. And here he is at his final ride for them, and he would love to find a way to put that car into victory lane tonight as Gordon looks back on him a little bit for that 6th spot.
Yeah, he and Kevin Manion have done a great job and good opportunity to move forward.
Caution on the racetrack. Marcos Ambrose has had trouble since the start of the race, and now he was just facing the wrong way.
Didn't hit anything, boys. Come on, Marcus.
like all four corners are still pretty square. Line it back up and go get it again.
Ambrose 14 laps down in the 41st position after spending time on the pit road earlier, having the carburetor changed on that car, a cut tire, then some problems under the hood, and it has been a very tough day for Ambrose after starting in 3rd position and passing Jimmie Johnson for the lead in the early part of this race. Let's see what happened to Marcos.
Like he's up there in the high stuff, gets into the marbles up near the wall. I tell you, it's really difficult. As we see, you got to really have a talent for doing that as Junior and those guys do it. And he just got up there, got loose, turned it sideways, didn't hit anything, but boy, he's having a tough day thus far.
Today he was hoping for with that great qualifying run and great starting position. So after 100 miles already, and we just get to the first caution flag of this race.
Now this is one of the key pit stops, guys. These guys need right now to start keeping up with this racetrack, making adjustments, maybe loosening the cars up a little bit, tighten them up, whatever your car needs. But the temperature's changing, Ray.
It is changing, Rusty, but you don't want to take too big a swing out of it because the sun is still out, and guys like Mark Martin, Jeff Gordon, Jimmie Johnson, they know this race is going to finish with the lights on, so they're not going to take a big swing at it. They've got a comfortable spot, and they're going to make sure they ride on it without over-adjusting.
That signal you saw the NASCAR officials giving to some of the pit crews a minute ago is allowing them the extra man to go over the wall to clean the windshield for the drivers. So here they come to the pit road for stops. These will be at lap 82, Vince.
That's right, and Mark Martin, the only issue he's having with the car right now, he just doesn't feel like it's got the grip. Turned a little better in the center that time. They're going to put around a wedge in the right rear. It's interesting and important that he's got a clean entry to his pit box and a clean exit. That makes a difference. Shannon?
Loose into the turns is what Kevin Harvick is saying. They're going to put some wedge in the left rear, and they're going to make 4 tires on the 29. Dave?
Entry and exit of the corner is okay for Tony Stewart. It's the center that's tight. He'll get a wedge and air pressure adjustment. Jimmie Johnson will get a wedge adjustment for his race car and an air pressure adjustment. He said, I can make it turn with the back end of the car, but I'd rather have it roll through the center. Tony Stewart's going to win the race off pit road.
Race off of pit road. There's Tony Stewart. He wins the race. You see Martin gaining a position. Johnson back 1. Kurt Busch up 4 positions. And Truex lost 3 positions back to 9th spot.
Yeah, Montoya picked up 3 also. Right here, look how close it was here with Jimmie Johnson and Mark Martin. Well, look closer than that.
And how about a celebration in the Tony Stewart pit? I mean, these guys know they got it done and got their man off of pit road first. Under caution for the first time today, the Ford Taurus pace car leads the field around here. 84 laps of 267 are in the books in the season finale. The Aaron's Lucky Dog free pass goes to the 82 car. He was the first car a lap down, and Scott Speed able to get back on the lead lap, now giving us 31 cars that are now on the lead lap. Let's compare some pit stops. We talk about some of these guys being conservative, particularly Jimmie Johnson, and is it costing him a little bit in the pits?
Yeah, they're being very methodical about how they're doing this and going about the race. But Mark Martin, on the other hand, his team's pulling out all the stops, and they've made up 5 spots so far.
I think one important thing that you mentioned there, Doc, 31 cars still in the lead lap. That means a flat tire or anything like that puts Jimmie Johnson outside of that 27th place that he needs to finish right now.
And in 3 of the last 4 times we have run the season finale here, we've only had 5 or fewer cars DNF. That's critical because a problem in the last couple of laps for Jimmie Johnson could hand the championship to Mark Martin. Getting set for the restart here. Tony Stewart, double foul restart for the first time at Homestead Miami Speedway history. In the NASCAR Sprint Cup Series, Stewart takes the high line.
Like Kevin Harvick spun his tires maybe just a little bit, had to protect that inside, but didn't spin it long. Beat Tony Stewart's turn 1.
They're spinning now off turn 2. He's got the lead.
Harvick pulls up in front of Stewart. Here comes Harvick's teammate Clint Bowyer down, and Jimmie Johnson behind Stewart.
Yeah, it's interesting to see if Jimmie Johnson was going to be aggressive on this restart or if he was going to hold back. Well, he feels like the best place to be is up there towards the front. He's driving hard. Tries to take that 3rd spot away from Tony Stewart.
Juan Pablo Montoya also getting racy. A lot of fans here in South Florida for Montoya, who lives here in Miami.
Yeah, I heard the driver intros. A lot of people cheering for him. Look at this.
3 wide. Jeff Gordon down on the inside of the 31 car of Burton.
Yeah, Kurt Busch up in that 4th spot. He had a great pit stop. He's taking all advantage of that as he goes for third.
And teammates going after it. The 33 car of Clint Bowyer trying to get there.
You see Montoya making the move on Stewart. Wasn't Stewart leading this race on the restart?
Juan Pablo Montoya has to be the surprise of the chase. 5 top 5 finishes in 9 chase races. And now he's working on the 2 car for position. That would be for 4th spot.
No wonder he was laughing when he said his car was loose. He knew it was going to come to him.
Jimmie Johnson now hugging the bottom of the racetrack. Will try to slide up and take a spot away from Bowyer. That would be 2nd position.
I don't know if Jeff Gordon had a problem there, if it's just in that corner, but he's really slowed up.
The Harvick, your leader, is pulled away by a handful of car lengths, and there's side by side again. Bowyer now coming back on the high side.
You see on the left side there, Jeff Gordon, you see him backing off the gas, getting in the corner. He's definitely holding this group up. Don't know whether he's got a problem or just this set of tires is not agreeing with him.
The Allmendinger slide up in front of.
Take it to flat. Let's come on a pit. We'll get the wave by. Don't wreck the thing.
That was Steve Letarte.
Guys, for the first time in this race, Jeff Gordon is going backwards. He just came on the radio and told his crew, I think I might have a flat. Be ready. They are watching him closely. As you guys said, he does have an issue.
Well, the last thing he wants to do is pit without a flat tire, but you don't want to wreck the car.
Sometimes you get yourself up there, as we see Montoya and Jimmie Johnson still battling for that 3rd spot here. Montoya's come on like he was shot out of a cannon here.
Juan Pablo Montoya knows that I know you want to win a championship, but I want to win a race on an oval. I've only got 1 win in Cup, and that came at Infineon on the road course.
Man, I know Jimmy wants to be aggressive, but this is not a guy I'd be messing with this part of the race.
Let's update Montoya. Shannon.
The team is also keeping their eye on Tony Stewart in the 14 car. They want to finish in the top 5, mainly because, guys, there's a bonus for the guys back at the shop if they do finish in the top 5, and the team really wants to be rewarded for this season. But Juan Pablo Montoya, a little under the weather this weekend, despite being home and having so many family and friends here. He actually received an IV last night. But you know what they say? Sometimes we see drivers actually have better races when they're not feeling good.
Indeed, Shannon, you sort of find something extra when you're not feeling that well, and just make it happen as now Montoya goes sailing by the 33 car of Bowyer for 2nd position.
Yeah, look, right behind Bowyer's Jeff Burton. That gives Richard Childress Racing 3 of the top 4 spots right now.
Jeff Burton was the fastest car in happy hour in final practice here on Saturday. He qualified poorly back in 26th position, which is sort of typical for Jeff Burton, but he doesn't stay there very long.
I'll say poorly. He might not think that's true. Poorly on
there. Jimmy get loose off turn 2.
Yeah, the 48 car getting a little sideways. Everybody getting racing. Now Burton goes down and will take that spot away from Bowyer, 3rd position.
See another car there, the 11 car, Denny Hamlin. He had a qualifying effort that put him way back too. Now he's made his way up into the top 10 already, up into the 8th spot.
Yeah, Hamlin started back in 38th position.
I can't remember a mile and a half that we've seen race this good lately. It's a great race.
It's all over the place here. I mean, they just, you know, there's so many grooves here, and you get your car hooked up, man, just makes it great. A lot of fun for the drivers.
You mentioned they changed this configuration entering the 2003 season here to add the progressive banking, and it's really changed the racing here.
It has, and the drivers all like it, but I think the biggest thing is it has changed the racing. We didn't see this much passing in an entire 400-mile event when the track was a lot flatter than this.
And give a call to Goodyear, by the way. They brought a new left side tire here, that the one they run last year, the one they ran at Texas, Andy, that added a lot of grip for these cars.
Yeah, they brought a better left side tire. It has a little more grip, a little softer left side, and that's really, I think, enhanced this racing we're seeing. I think that's a big reason for it.
I can tell you, Jimmie Johnson, we look here, Tony Stewart to the outside, Denny Hamlin to the inside. That's not a position he wants to put himself in.
That's 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th on your screen. And Jimmie Johnson right there in the eye of the storm behind the 2 car and right in front of Tony Stewart. Again, if you just joined our coverage, Jimmie Johnson did lead early, so he's gotten the bonus points for leading a lap. He only has to finish 27th or better to win the championship.
see the run there that you can get up high. Tony Stewart really makes that run down the back straightaway to take that spot away from Jimmie Johnson.
We might mention Jeff Burton now starting to ease in on the second place car of Juan Pablo Montoya.
Yeah, he's been beside Montoya a couple of times now on this bottom of the racetrack, but Montoya's using that high side to power by on the straightaways.
Right side of your screen, you see Jimmie Johnson there running. That is 6th and 7th, Bowyer and Johnson.
Now these two racing for second are actually catching Kevin Harvick, who's got clear racetrack around him, no traffic at all. They're actually racing each other and running faster lap times.
We were talking about Jeff Gordon earlier, too, as we watched these battles, but apparently he has no tire issue. It's just a matter of his car was extremely loose or something on that restart. He's fallen back to 15th, but he is running some pretty competitive times right now.
31 car just can't quite get it to stick coming up off the corner. And watch Jimmie Johnson now will try to go on the inside and make this pass. Johnson being aggressive here in the first 100 laps.
Well, that's what he does best, is be aggressive.
We talk about Mr. Aggression so far, the 88 car Dale Earnhardt Jr., who had brushed the wall in the first 30 laps and actually got up against the wall just a few laps ago. But still has a fast race car. You may not be able to see the number, but he's still coming.
Guys, I'm watching outside right now. The sun's starting to really set here. I don't see any sunshine on this track at all. And Junior's car was really good earlier, but now this track is starting to get hooked up a little bit better. Different people are running up front now, and I really think that's the reason Junior's complained about a tight race car now from what he had when he started.
Yeah, another reason he might be complaining about a tight race car is he's been banging that wall. That can't be a helpful situation.
Yeah. As we look here, this is where he got into the wall again. And you're going to take a chance. You're just not doing much damage to these cars, though. But one thing that got him probably a tighter race car is they had a 16-second pit stop that got him back in traffic after that restart.
He gets passed again there by Greg Biffle, and Rusty makes a comment, and Ray Evernham also said in Countdown, a very temperature-sensitive racetrack. It doesn't take much for this track to totally change.
Doesn't take much, and these crew chiefs are going to have to really be thinking what they're going to do to try to keep up with this. As Ray said just a little bit ago, you don't want to make a huge swing at it, but you're going to have to make adjustments probably for the next 3 pit stops before you're going to get a track that's going to be pretty much the same the rest of the night, Ben.
And here's the 18 car who was crowned the NASCAR Nationwide Series champion, Kyle Busch, trying to work his way toward the top 10.
34 cars hit the wall pretty hard.
That'll bring out caution for the second time today. Now that contact there could be devastating for Brad Jenkins, who owns this car, because you got to be in the top 35 in owner points to be guaranteed to start the first 5 races for 2010. And this car right here was sitting on the bubble 35th in owner points.
And he's got a lot of damage. You see now he's getting more. That tire right front explodes now, makes a big mess. But he had a good cushion on that 35th coming in here, so it's going to take Scott Speed's team. That's the only one that can pass him. They'll have to have a stellar race today to take advantage of this.
He was still on the lead lap at that time, but that's why he was trying to stay out there that time, as you see the tire come apart and blow the right front fender off this thing.
This is a big break for Jeff Gordon also. He was really struggling that run. Get a reset, get some more tires.
The debris all over the racetrack, and there's just pieces of debris off of that tire. Watch it again, just rip the fender off.
This is why you hear the crew chiefs and spotters say, hey, just take it easy, get it back to the pits. Don't let that tire blow out, because when it happens like this, I mean, man, they already had enough damage without this. They were going to be able to maybe bang the fenders out and reset the toe and go back, but now they've got some big problems with that fender.
Yeah, he's finally made it on the pit road, but they're going to have some significant repairs to be done. Now, these guys are waiting to service their cars, and as you heard Rusty say, a lot of adjustments need to be made now because the sun going down, not much sun on the racetrack, and the track really starting to change. Here's Kevin Harvick, Montoya, Burton, Stewart, and all the lead lap cars coming down at 45 miles an hour. Vince.
Well, when crew chief Alan Gustafson met with his crew today before this race, he said one thing we got to do is let it all hang out and be perfect in the process. So that means no mistakes on pit road. They picked up a spot for the 5 car last time, but they need to make a track bar adjustment and air pressure. He's plowing the center. Shannon?
Harvick needs more rear grip. They're going to go up on the track bar, 4 tires. Dave.
And Tony Stewart had a car that came to him late in the run. They'll make an air pressure adjustment for him. Jimmie Johnson's car was a little bit snug in the center of the corner. Air pressure adjustment as well. He had to come around Kurt Busch, who was already on pit road and lost a little bit of grip in that right rear. Kurt having a good stop, but Kevin Harvick is going to be the winner on this round of pit stops.
Very close between the 31 and the 14, and Burton will get it by just inches over Tony Stewart.
Yeah, we heard Bob Osborne say he would do whatever it took to win this race. Took 2 tires right there, gained 17 spots.
Well, the race-off was very close, and the drivers know, but you got to be really careful, I guess, DJ, and resist the urge not to speed.
Yeah, you have to really be careful there because these lines are in different places, and you have to be extremely careful.
Under caution for the second time today. Back in a moment.
ESPN's coverage of the NASCAR Sprint Cup Series on ABC, brought to you by AT&T, your world, delivered. UPS. See David Reagan go head-to-head with UPS drivers in Maximum Driver at racing.ups.com. Aflac, we've got you under our wing. And Frost Brewed Coors Light, the world's most refreshing beer.
Just 30 laps away from halfway here in the season finale of the Ford 400, and the would-be champion a little rattled here. Listen to Jimmie Johnson.
Do you wander down to Boyer's spotter and ask him why? Yes, sir. On my way. Don't worry about it, Earl. We don't need to be starting that right now. I'm starting anything. I mean, these are guys that, come up and shake my hand and say they want to work with me, and I'm so much faster, and I end up being disrespected like this. One thing if you ran the same line the whole time, but to come down and get on my door through the center of the corner through 3 and 4 3 times when I was beside of him, that's just uncalled for.
Talking about the 33 car, Clint Bowyer, and Jimmy a little bit frustrated about how close the 33 running to him.
Yeah, I can kind of understand that a little bit from Jimmy's side, but coming from Clint Bowyer's side, he really doesn't care a whole lot. He just wants to go forward. And if he can take advantage of Jimmy, he's going to do it.
First time we really hear our champ a little bit aggravated by things happening, but you're going to have that.
Maybe some of the pressure. How about some of these pit stops? The 2 tires by Edwards.
Look at these teams getting it done. Under 13-second stops for 4 tires, but you see Carl Edwards getting 2. Brad Keselowski's team right up there in the top 5. Both of the Penske cars there in the top 5.
But will Edwards pay the price for 2 tires only? Can he hang with the rest of these guys?
I say he's going to pay dearly.
Yeah, I think they'll think that's a bad idea after they run a little bit here.
Well, this time Jimmie Johnson able to beat the 5 car off of pit road. Johnson restarts in 7th position. Harvick, our leader. Jeff Burton, his teammate, beside him. Tony Stewart, 2nd spot, side by side. Hamlin and Burton for 3rd position. Jimmie Johnson now on the bottom of the racetrack falls in behind Denny Hamlin. There's the 2 car, middle groove, and Montoya. Again, Montoya aggressive, looking to the inside of Jimmy.
I'm just saying, I would not mess with Montoya if I was Jimmy.
I don't think Jimmy wants to. He's just in that position right there. So you can't just back out or you get run over from behind.
It was just a little bit of a tap at Texas 2 weeks ago to totally change Jimmie Johnson's day and change the complexion of the chase. And Jimmy can ill afford to get bumped here in the finale at Homestead. Right now, we still have 37 cars on the lead lap.
You see Bowyer, oh man, he's just about slides up into Jimmy off the corner.
Yeah, we had 6 cars to take that wave around. That put more guys on the lead lap once again.
Again, Jimmie Johnson right now 135 point lead over the 5 car of Mark Martin. You see Jeff Gordon and Kurt Busch. Look at the margin between Gordon and Busch there.
See that 11 car Denny Hamlin? He's made up 35 spots since the start of the race.
Caution again. 47 car, we are told, has had more contact with the wall, and that will bring out the yellow flag for the 3rd time.
How about a tough day? Marcos is having that.
It started out so well with him be able to qualify third, his best qualifying effort on an oval. Previously, he had qualified third on the road course at Infineon, passes Jimmie Johnson to take the lead and leads 4 laps and suddenly cuts a tire, and it goes downhill from there. We can show you what happened to Marcus here, the latest incident. Top of your screen there, see him slide up and just rubbing the concrete.
Yeah, and that was a pretty significant hit there, one that could take some sheet metal away, and so NASCAR had to throw that caution in case something came off of the car. Really not what Jimmie Johnson wanted to see. It was more cautions where we have more double file restarts.
And more cars getting on the lead lap because the lucky dog is that guy, Reed Sorensen. He gets the Aaron's Lucky Dog free pass, first car lap down, and so now that will put now 38 cars on the lead lap. So you can ill afford a mistake, a lug nut issue, a speeding penalty, any kind of a problem. You get off the lead lap, you could finish 40th. Welcome back to Homestead Miami Speedway. Under caution for the third time today, and 18 cars have been on pit road, including the 99 car of Carl Edwards, the Ford 400 here under caution. Let's visit with Carl.
Hey, Carl, Dale Jarrett, you have a copy?
I got you, Dale.
Okay, saw you come back down. Saw you take 2 tires last time. Did that not work too good for your car?
No, that was working pretty terribly. So we got fortunate to have the that caution there and get some tires. Looked like a lot of guys came behind us. So now I feel like we're back in the game here.
Track starting to change as the sun's going down?
I sure hope so, because what's been happening has not been good for us. So we need it to change a little bit, and maybe it will. And I'm pretty certain that it's gonna. I just don't know what it's gonna do.
Okay, hopefully you got it better. Good luck, man.
We'll talk to you later, maybe.
Carl Edwards, who won this race a year ago, won 9 races last year, has been shut out of the win column here in 2009.
Seen this 88 car on pit road. They've been working on it. Sat down there for a good while.
Let's update this with Shannon.
Junior really complaining about some tight conditions on the 88 car. So Lance McGrew believes they may have knocked the toe in or the toe settings off when he hit the wall. So they came down one time, they took some tires, brought him down a second time to check those toe settings, to also make a chassis adjustment, trying to get this car fixed up for Dale Jr., who's just really struggling with the 88.
Thank you, Shannon. He'll fall back in at the back of the field. And our aerial coverage from high above Homestead, Miami, provided by our good friends at Goodyear. New Fuel Max tires help you get there on less gas. Calculate your savings at GoodyearTires.com. 37 cars on the lead lap. Dale Earnhardt Jr., you saw him pulling in. He is the last car on the lead lap, and the reason so many are there is because of the waiver round. Something else NASCAR added with a double file restart. It allows guys to get their lap back, providing they don't come on pit road until the green flag wave. Kevin Harvick and Jeff Burton, teammates side by side, first and second.
Yeah, Jeff Burton really spinning the tires. Tony Stewart gets in the back of him right there.
Montoya pulls to the high side of Stewart. Now we'll try to challenge Stewart. A lot of valuable time lost. See Tony Stewart now sliding back, driving back by the 48 car.
Yeah, you can see Jimmy, he wants to get clear and get himself in a good position, but these double file restarts got a lot of guys that have an agenda. They want to get to the front.
And he's finding himself 2 and 3 wide almost every lap on these restarts.
And probably right around the most aggressive driver on the racetrack at 42 car.
Yeah, and another one.
Montoya.
Another one right behind him there. Kyle Busch is starting to get up in the mix.
And they've warned Kevin Harvick on the restart here about you got to maintain your speed coming down to get the green flag. Harvick the leader. Hamlin now in second spot. Third position is Burton. Fourth is Kurt Busch in the 2 car. And we talked about Kyle Busch there in the 18 car. Won his 9th nationwide race last night. Double trophies for Kyle. Won the race and the championship here at Homestead, Miami.
Yeah, great job there. And his pit crew did a great job last pit stop. He was one of those top 5 under 13-second pit stop. Got him a good spot. He's doing the job on the track now.
Check this car out. This 11 car has gained 36 spots since the start of the race.
Started back in 38th position. It was pretty good in happy hour in the top 10. In fact, both practice sessions here on Saturday.
Yeah, he had an early draw in that qualifying session on Friday. I think he was the second car out, if I remember correctly, and I think that hurt him quite a bit.
Yeah, but one thing, his pit crews helped him a ton. He had a 12.4 second stop last time. Look at this. Goodness gracious. Jimmy just can't find a place to race without having a bunch of pressure.
And Montoya just been contact. Man. Montoya and Tony Stewart together.
Looks like that might just be a move. Now Montoya's got a flat tire.
And there's more to this. We're being told there may have been contact on the turn prior to that between the 42 and the 14. Look at the front of the 42 car. Apparently he ran into the back of the 14 up the racetrack. Let's show you how this all started. Now watch a 42.
See, Tony pulls right up in front of Montoya there, with Montoya having a little bit of run.
Yeah. That's pretty general for a driver to slide up like that. You know, the guy that has the run, you kind of have to understand that he's going to give you a little bit of room.
Okay. There's your payback.
Tony wasn't appreciative of that at all. And that cut the right front of Juan Pablo Montoya's car. It sends him into the wall there.
Clear.
Looking back from Jimmy Johnson right in front of this. And Montoya will slide all the way up right into the wall because of that cut tire.
Yeah, if you're going for a championship, that's where you want to be looking at. It's in your rear view mirror.
And Montoya needs to be careful getting this car down to the pit stall so he doesn't blow that right front fender off.
That's a pretty hard hit. They're going to have to do some body work on that.
Again, Juan Pablo Montoya coming in here sixth in the point standings. Here comes Jimmy Johnson. And as they head down pit road, let's go down to Vince Welch.
Well, Mark Martin has fallen out of the top 10. His car is not handling. Crew Chief Alan Gustafson and Mark both agree we got to make some major changes. Mark said, let's take a big swing at it. They're going to make a wedge adjustment, and they're also going to get a rubber out of the left rear. That's how much this car is wicked for Mark Martin. They've got to make the changes. Dave.
Trouble on pit road for Elliott Sadler.
This car was actually on fire for a second.
Damage on the front of the 19 car. They come out to him and he's just sitting there. Here's the 14 car. Tony Stewart getting repaired. Jimmy Johnson down and away.
Now, one thing that could have happened with that collision was that Montoya pulled in off the racetrack and tried to pull behind the wall. Could have created a log jam and all these cars trying to come down pit road.
And Sadler happened to be right there, and now watch the move.
Not sure of exactly how this happened. You see Montoya there. Well, actually, it's not even part of it. It's just a stack up there with the 96. Yeah, but
Menard, Sorensen, Sadler, and Waltrip. That's the chain reaction there on pit road, and Elliott Sadler got the worst damage.
Yeah, I just looked up and saw this 19 car on fire, and then saw this 42 pull into the garage. I thought maybe he caused it, but he was no part of it at all.
Sort of fitting the way Elliott Sadler may have ended his year. He could not buy a break here in 2009.
They've closed the pit road now because of this, because they've got a car stall. Man, there's a teammate.
43 with a ton of damage also.
Man.
Reed Sorensen looking for a job for a ride in 2010. Final ride for Richard Petty Motorsports. And they're working on the 88 car, trying to get that repaired. You heard the report about the toe end being out of line because he's bounced it off the wall a couple times. Under caution for the fourth time today here. Incident involving the 42 and the 14. Back after this message and a word from our ABC station. Under caution here, the Ford 400 at Miami Homestead Speedway. Caution for the fourth time a day. An incident on the racetrack and in a chain reaction incident on pit road involving Menard, Sorensen, and Sadler. There's the heavily damaged car of Elliott Sadler. Let's show you what happened. Now watch this accident on pit road.
You can see the 96 car really slowed down. Robbie Gordon got in the back of him, and then that just, these other guys really hit hard. You can see the 43 and the 19 teammates had the front end torn up on both of their cars. Jamie?
And Elliott Sadler down here just kind of shaking his head. I know you just saw the replay for the first time. What did you see in the car?
I didn't see anything, but, you know, we were all coming to pit road, and the 43 looked like he just stopped right in front of me, and then I just saw him reach. I guess the 96 was trying to get in the garage while everybody was pitting, so I'm not sure what they were doing or why they would do it right in front of everybody, but that's tough luck for our race team. That's kind of how our season's going, and hate to end the season like this. Just a lot of people from Stanley and Best Buy here, and to get wrecked on pit road is kind of weird. So just a tough night, tough weekend, but we're going to try to fix it, try to get back out there and finish.
All right, thanks, Elliott Sadler. He's going to try to get back out, as he said, guys.
Wow, what a wild one. A 5-car chain reaction crash on pit road. And let's show you now the points leader, Jimmie Johnson. Under this caution flag a moment ago, he led a group of cars down pit road. Now watch, there's actually going to be 20 cars that stay on the racetrack. The bad news is all these guys stayed out and Jimmie came in. The good news is that Mark Martin also came down with Jimmie as a part of these guys that came on to get tires.
Yeah, he led a group. It just wasn't as big a group as he thought was going to follow him down pit road.
But the bad news is when Jimmie restarts now back in 23rd position, he's going to be back there in the eye of the storm. Remember what happened 2 races ago when Jimmie was back in traffic on turn 2 at Texas. It didn't take much trying to go to the outside by some other cars. The 00 and 77 get together and Jimmie becomes a victim.
Yeah, this is just outside the top 10 Jimmie was running at Texas. He's going to be starting in about 20th on this restart.
That slamming of the inside wall produced an over an hour stay in the garage area and a 38th place finish, which cost him 111 points. And here are the championship contenders. Jimmie Johnson right now being shown in 23rd position, Mark Martin in 25th, both chasing history. ESPN's Monday Night Football. Mike Tirico and the gang will be in Houston as Vince Young leads the revived Titans against Andre Johnson and the high-powered Texans. It's Titans-Texans on ESPN's Monday Night Football at 8:30 Eastern. Coverage begins with Monday Night Countdown, served by Applebee's at 7 o'clock Eastern Time. Let's update Tony Stewart's situation. Dave.
Well, I went down to check with Darian Grubb, the crew chief, just to make sure that the 14 was okay. Darian said we worked on the fenders a little bit, and they are okay. They did not make any chassis adjustments to the 14 car. They did put 4 fresh tires on. Shannon?
As you can see, the 42 car right now under repair in the garage. Brian Patty leaning in. They have no brakes. Right side damage. You can totally see it. Guys, it's important for this team to get back out. They're the only chaser without a DNF this season, and you can see them working hard. Guys?
Montoya didn't want to talk, headed back to the hauler to cool off a little bit here. Pace car is off. Kevin Harvick leads him down. Denny Hamlin trying to get there.
And Jeff Burton's going to get something figured out. That's his 3 restarts in a row that he's really struggled on.
Yeah, he's just spinning the tires as he tries to go to the throttle, and he loses 2 spots there.
Kevin Harvick has led 45 laps today. The 11 car, Denny Hamlin, has yet to lead a lap.
Now, these are a lot of guys here that stayed out there that pitted the previous caution, didn't have a lot of laps on their tires. You can see they're battling hard.
And again, Jimmie Johnson mired back in traffic right now in 26th position, I should say. There's Johnson right there in the middle of this mess. Mark Martin on the inside of him there. Johnson trying to slide up behind McMurray, and Martin trying to make the pass. They are 26th and 27th.
You can see Jimmie up on that high side. That hasn't been his preference when he's on new tires. He makes it work right there to get back by Mark Martin. Comes Tony Stewart down on the inside.
See Mark pulling down on the bottom of the racetrack, trying to take that bottom line in behind Scott Speed. Well, Jimmie really being aggressive. You heard his voice a little bit ago, how frustrated he was about guys running so close to him. He can't like this either, but he has no choice. He's got to get through this traffic. Boy, what about the point standings as of right now? Look at this. Look at Jeff Gordon, a tie with Mark Martin right now for 2nd position because Gordon is running 7th. You see where Martin and Johnson are running back outside the top 20.
Yeah, how about Denny Hamlin up there to 5th? 3 DNFs in the chase and still being able to do that.
Here comes that 24 car. We told you Jeff Gordon has never won at Homestead Miami Speedway. Only track in NASCAR Sprint Cup that he has not won a race at. Gordon trying to take the spot away. That's 6th, 7th, and 8th right there on the screen. Now, if he can get by Newman, he would assume second right now in the points race. He would go by his teammate Mark Martin because Martin mired back in 26th.
Yeah, and Jimmy Johnson looking at a 3-wide battle right in front of him.
It's going to be a matter of time before Denny Hamlin has the lead, though. He's really working on Harvick.
Left side of your screen, Gordon now trying to go downstairs, and he's got there 3 wide there as Casey King goes in the middle and takes both those spots away.
Let's say, excuse me, gentlemen, I'm going through.
Wide side of your screen, Kevin Harvick. We told you it had been almost 2 years since Kevin Harvick has won a race. The Daytona 500, the season opener of 2007. Where is our points leader, Jimmy Johnson? There he comes. 48 car being shown way back outside the top 20 right now in 22nd spot. Dave.
That's basically, he hasn't moved since that restart where he started 23rd, Doc. And believe me, they were 3 wide from that first lap into turn 1. Nervous moments for his crew right now as they wait. And Chad Knaus, his crew chief, apologized to Jimmy, saying, man, I didn't know so many guys were going to stay out, but we'll be all right. Jimmy said, it is what it is. We'll make it work.
Jimmy makes the call. You make good calls. Sometimes they work for you, sometimes they don't.
That's just the way it is, and that was just one of those calls right there at that cutoff when most people would kind of decide to pit, but if they'd run a few more laps. But a lot of cars did stay out there and kind of puts them in a bad spot.
See, Jeff Gordon had been battling Ryan Newman there and trying to make that inside work, but Sam Hornich actually goes around Gordon now as he wants to get back to the top side of the track.
Keep an eye on the 2 car now. Harvick is your leader. Hamlin is second. Kurt Busch is third. Remember, that 2 car would like to move up and finish maybe third. And right now, he's only 6 points back of the 24 car. Here comes the 9 car of Casey Kane, a former pole sitter here back when he was driving the car prepared by Ray Evernham.
That's historically, Casey and Kenny have had a good setup on races that go from day to night. They've run really well at Charlotte, at California, at Atlanta, places like that. So you can see the track is starting to come to their setup a little bit, and Casey's moving forward.
That's a great observation, Ray, because that is one of the things this team has done so well is doing that, is going from the day to night. And when it comes nighttime, that 9 car comes alive.
And as you know, Andy, whatever they do with shocks or tire pressure or whatever he feels in that track, he really likes.
I think Kurt Busch really likes what's going on with his Dodge right now as well as he goes to the outside and is trying to reel in Denny Hamlin for second position.
Yeah, I think we saw Kurt Busch's car get really good at Texas whenever it got to be darker times. The track really cooled off also. Dave?
That car's a little bit loose right now for Kurt Busch, but I want to follow up on the story you guys have been talking about all day. That's moving into third in the points. Pat Tryson told me this morning that definitely was a goal. Even though he's moving on, he really wants to help Kurt get to that number 3 position. As Doc has said, it was only 42 points back when the day started. Shannon?
Denny Hamlin has not been extremely happy with this car all race. He started off a little bit loose, but it has started to come to him as the track has started to cool down. In fact, they didn't make any changes on that last pit stop. Remember, guys, he qualified 38th for this race today. And speaking with the team this morning, they were not concerned at all. They said Denny is running the top 3 almost every time he's been here, and that's exactly where he is right now.
So we are just past the halfway point here at Homestead Miami Speedway, and watch the 2 car. Here comes Kurt Busch in the car he won with at Texas, and just as you said, DJ, it's getting cooler, starting to get dark, and that 2 car getting faster and faster.
Yeah, he might be a little bit on the free side, but he's making it work up on that top side right now. All the way to the front.
Jimmy Johnson now hugging the bottom of the racetrack, trying to stay away from some of the traffic, but trying to pick them off one by one, being very deliberate and very methodical.
As I watched him work this traffic, he's getting a lot of help and a lot of respect from a lot of guys back there, too. He's slid up in front of a couple of guys. You can see him actually get out of the throttle. Brad Keselowski being one of those right there, kind of help him out and get him in that spot. Dave?
Hey guys, help me out with strategy a little bit here. They restarted on lap 123. That's about 13 laps ago. How long long before there's no flip-flop on the pit strategy. In other words, Jimmy would stay out next time and they would come in and pick up track position, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, somewhere around that lap 10 mark, I would say it'd be
So it's already gone.
a time to make that decision.
No, so it's already gone then, right?
Yeah.
So he has to pick him off the old-fashioned way, just like he's doing now, Andy.
That's it.
Do it the old-fashioned way, just drive right by him. 137 laps in, we are past the halfway, and it is the 2 car of Kurt Busch who is the man on a mission right now. Whoop. The 88 car slowing on the racetrack and possible tire going down.
4,400.
Flat tire for Dale Earnhardt Jr.
I ran over something over there in tire 3.
Yeah, you can see the right rear tire's flat.
And these guys talk about having bad luck or just so many things happen. They can't have anything much to go their way here recently.
And then get it all out of the way here in the end of 2009 and be set to go for 2010. Dale Earnhardt Jr. will get 4 tires and lose some valuable laps here under green. Up front it is Kurt Busch, former winner at Homestead Miami Speedway. He won a championship here back in 2004. He won't win a title today, but leading these laps, he may move up in the final chase standings.
You're watching ESPN on ABC.
Now Sprint brings you an inside look at the chase for the NASCAR Sprint Cup on the Now Network. Current top 3 in points as they run on the track. Jimmie Johnson in good shape for the moment, with Mark Martin 134 points behind him in second, and Kurt Busch as he leads this race in third place, 141 points off the lead, kicking Jeff Gordon back to fourth. And Denny Hamlin, the biggest mover in the race so far, up 35 positions from 38th to 3rd. For more NASCAR stats, in-car audio, and live race radio, check out NASCAR Sprint Cup Mobile at sprint.com/speed. So Kurt Busch took the lead in this race just as it crossed its halfway point, and he is up now by 1.7 seconds on Kevin Harvick, with Denny Hamlin running 2.1 seconds behind in third. As we come to you from the pit studio, we take a look back from the leader to this race for second spot with Rusty, Brad, and Ray.
Denny Hamlin is on the move right now. Watch his lap times. He's about 0.2 of a second faster than anybody in the field right now. And we talked about this change in track. It's definitely changed a ton. And it's right there to Denny Hamlin's liking right now. His car is looking good on the top of that racetrack.
Good battle for second place right now with Denny Hamlin and Kevin Harvick. RCR cars, once again, we've talked about how they've made a resurgence. You got Kevin Harvick and Jeff Burton both in third and fourth right now. Both of those race cars look good. And old Denny Hamlin is flat toting the mail.
Now let's check into the championship contenders, Jimmie Johnson and Mark Martin. Remember that they came down pit road under the caution at lap 117 when most of the front runners didn't. Came out 23rd and 25th respectively. Johnson 23rd, Martin 25th. Jimmie has moved up since the restart to 16th. Mark Martin has only moved up to 22nd, Ray.
Yeah, and that normally means just a better handling car. The cars, when you get back in traffic, having a fast car is one thing, having a good handling car. Jimmie has shown consistently the ability to maneuver through traffic. When other people get back there in dirty air, they don't seem to be able to come forward. The 48 team consistently brings that car forward, and Jimmie drives it forward in dirty air. Might have a little bit better car than Mark Martin right now.
Running in 16th, while Mark Martin again is only back in the 22nd spot. I heard Mark say on his radio a minute ago, just too much traffic for me back here, Vince.
And that's exactly right, Alan, but they have also been struggling with this car. Wow, did you see that? He had to save that one big time. They have been really loose in and off and not rolling through the middle the way Mark would prefer. So they've been fighting the balance of the car. They anticipated being a lot better once the sun went down and the track started to cool. But as you said, Alan, the traffic has been hindering his move up through the field. And boy, when you got to save it like that, no wonder that Mark's not feeling quite so comfortable.
Yeah, no kidding. So Mark Martin kind of hanging on. But again, a long way to go in this race. We're just past halfway. And one other quick note, Juan Pablo Montoya back on the racetrack, 39th position, 28 laps down after repairs. Remember, he and Tony Stewart tangled back at lap 116. So Jimmie Johnson doing what he has to do right now. He's up to 16th position while his rival for the title is behind him. We've got 119 laps to go to possible history if Johnson can clinch his 4th consecutive Sprint Cup Series championship. We'll return to Homestead after this message and a word from our ABC stations.
faith is a powerful thing.
The two-car of Kurt Busch currently leading the Ford 400 here at the season finale at Homestead Miami Speedway. By the way, Kurt is the only driver to win twice on a 1.5-mile racetrack here in 2009. He won at Atlanta, and he won in this very same car at Texas 2 weeks ago. A lot of things to be decided today. How about a championship? How about a Rookie of the Year award? And it's got to believe it's going to go to this young man right here, 19-year-old Joey Logano, who became the youngest winner in NASCAR history at 19 years, 1 month, and 4 days. Let's take a look at our Aflac trivia question. Who is the only NASCAR Sprint Cup Series rookie to ever win a race here at Homestead Miami Speedway? Well, the guy spinning sideways, Tony Stewart, back in 1999 did it, and he spins it down, comes down across the racetrack and nudges the pit wall.
He's a good driver. Could have had a little help right there. I'd say he had a lot of help. I saw that one coming for about 5 laps.
Now NASCAR had just warned both of these teams, the 42 and the 14, and as far as they was concerned, it should be over. And I guess someone didn't get the message.
I think now, as far as Montoya
well, they
is
warned the
concerned,
crew chiefs.
It might be over.
Get the bumper bar and flip it this time.
I think it might be over now.
Oh, yeah.
Looks like Montoya was on a mission to settle the score.
Montoya had been in the garage 28 laps. Comes out and the 14 car is on the lead lap, being shown in the top 15, and there's the contact.
That's a lot of contact. You see the hood buckle up on that 42.
We'll show you how it started. This is not the first incident. If you just joined our coverage between these two guys today, two fiery competitors. Back on lap 117, watch the 14 right up in front of the 42.
Yeah, that was just hard racing, and Montoya didn't like the fact that he slid in front of him, so here Tony Stewart retaliated, cutting down the right side tires on Montoya's car, and that's what happened.
Montoya, frustrated, goes to the garage area while they try to repair his car. He gets back on the racetrack, and we go back to green, and this bump.
That was just an eye for an eye, looked like to me.
Well, yeah. Guys in the old days used to not talk about it. You know, we saw Denny Hamlin talk about it, and then
They're going
they used to wait a race or two.
2 laps.
They are going to black flag the 42 and hold him 2 laps for aggressive driving. Here come the leaders down pit road. Jamie.
Guys, Casey Kane is saying he got some debris from Juan Pablo's car on his roof. They think he has a hole in the roof. 4 tires right now, wedge and track bar down. Vince?
The 31 of Jeff Burton has needed more grip all night long. Still a little bit loose. 4 tires and a wedge adjustment for Jeff Burton. Shannon.
Denny Hamlin on the bottom of your screen says the car's a little tight. Air pressure, 4 tires. Dave.
Leader Kurt Busch said it was a handful, so they'll make a wedge adjustment for that loose race car. Jimmy Johnson raced from 23rd to 14th on that run. His car was a little bit snug. It'll be a wedge and air pressure adjustment for Johnson, and Kurt Busch will get beat off pit road.
Take a look at our Pepsi Refresh race off pit road, and we'll see who made adjustments and who gained some positions there. To the 11 of Denny Hamlin.
They just stepped it up big time, man. Denny Hamlin, 12.3 second 4-tire stop.
Yeah, and Kurt Busch got blocked in a little bit by Jimmy Johnson coming in later.
Harvick lost 3 positions. His teammate Clint Bowyer gained 6 spots. Well, what a stop by the 11 team for Denny Hamlin, Mike Ford and company. That's how much they got him out by a complete car length, and those guys are pumped on pit road. So all the way from 38 starting spot, Denny Hamlin now being shown as a leader. He drove it up there, but then these guys got it done in the pits, and Hamlin is our new leader here at Homestead Miami Speedway.
ESPN's coverage of the NASCAR Sprint Cup Series on ABC, brought to you by Ford. See why Ford Racing's top drivers love the all-new Taurus from Ford. Verizon Wireless, America's largest 3G network. And Amp Energy. Amp up.
Working the 5th caution of today's Ford 400, our aerial coverage from the Homestead Miami Speedway is provided by Goodyear. New Fuel Max tires help you get there on less gas. Calculate your savings at GoodyearTires.com. Jimmie Johnson doing what he needs to do right now to clinch a 4th consecutive NASCAR Sprint Cup Series championship. He's running in 11th spot. Mark Martin's running 14th, and a lot of crew chiefs telling their drivers, save gas with 108 laps to go.
Getting set for the restart here in the Ford 400 at Homestead Miami Speedway. We might mention Dale Earnhardt Jr., the 88 car, was a wave around. Now he is back on the lead lap. And the 20 car of Joey Logano has been on and off pit road to repair an end plate on the wing of his car. He is still on the lead lap. Denny Hamlin, our leader. Kurt Busch in 2nd spot. And look at this 3-wide battle. Kyle Busch right there beside Jeff Gordon.
Man,
there comes Harvick, and there is Casey Kane.
That was razor thin right there for Kyle Busch to slide up.
And here's the 48 and 77. Remember, they got together off turn 2 at Texas.
Oh, that was a close call right there.
This time it's almost Jimmy that goes up and gets into the 77 of Hornish. And they are 9th and 10th, by the way.
Hey, Jimmy's looking at this. Why can't this be easier? Man, there's a lot of action around this 48.
Harvick and Gordon. There's the 48 car. Look right behind. Here comes the 99 car. Remember Carl Edwards talking about how good his car would get as it got darker and the track changed. Now Edwards makes the pass.
Haven't been able to say that a lot. Edwards making a pass. He's struggled a lot. So nice to see him up there running.
We mentioned that Roush Fenway has won 5 in a row here. 5 consecutive years, with Carl Edwards pulling off the double win last year in the Nationwide and the Cup car.
See Sam Hornish go way up the racetrack there in turns 1 and 2.
Watching this Hornet's nest back here where Jimmie Johnson is trying to stay out of trouble and may lose another position to Truex. That's 10th and 11th.
Jimmy able to make a nice run off the bottom of the racetrack there. See if he can make that work down here in 1 and 2 and get by Clint Boyer and Casey Kane. Casey fighting back hard though.
Casey coming back on the outside. We might mention David Reagan just on and off pit road a moment ago. He had a tire rub. They had to come in and pull the fender out on his Ford. Now, while you watch this battle, I'll remind you Denny Hamlin is the leader. Kurt Busch 2nd. Jeff Burton 3rd. Kyle Busch. Jeff Gordon. Then Harvick. Then this group back here. There's the 2 and the 31. 2nd and 3rd.
We see Jeff Burton really wheeling that car. I can see that steering turn to the right through the middle of the corner, but look how fast he gets up off the corner.
We talk about the performance Jeff Burton put in at Phoenix last week when he was driving the car literally sideways coming up off the corner. And Jeff was talking about he learned that's how you got to drive these cars if they're going to be fast.
Well, he said, you know, he just found out that he can make it feel comfortable and the car doesn't go as fast, or he can just work hard as a driver. And this is the kind of things results that you get from that. So yeah, it's not as easy. These cars are more difficult to drive. He's learning to do that now. Dave?
Kurt Busch during practice on Saturday had lack of overall grip. They've been searching for that tonight as well. But Kurt running that high line seemed to be where he found most of it. Pat Tryson told me this morning he expected Kurt to run from the middle to the high all night long. And as long as he's got Burton down there, as you can see, he can keep behind him. Vince?
Well, in a similar situation for Jeff Burton, they've been searching for grip all weekend long as well, although the balance has been pretty good. Well, what a combination it's been for Burton and Todd Berrier since they hooked up at Talladega. 3 straight top 10s. They've had a couple of top 5s here in the last 3 races. And Jeff ran the Nationwide race last night, and he said that he thought that was going to help him a little bit tonight, guys, in regards to they ran the same tire, and they thought that the track would have similar tendencies this evening. So we'll see if that maybe pays off down the stretch in this race.
Paying off right now for him, indeed, that is the case. And what about the 5 car of Mark Martin? He's now being shown in the 13th position behind Mears and Truex Jr. Now we'll show you the points now. Things have sort of rerouted a little bit. Jimmie Johnson is our points leader. You see Mark Martin now 135 back, showing in 13th spot. Jeff Gordon another 30 back, running 5th. And Kurt Busch, who's all the way up to 2nd position, gaining some ground, but now back 4th overall right now in the Chase Point standings.
It seems like the cooler the track gets, Mark, gets a little bit better. It's not like night and day, no pun intended, but it's still getting better. It's the right direction for Mark. He can keep working on this car. I believe he can get up there.
And here again with so many cars on the lead lap right now, with 33 cars still on the lead lap and only 3 cars out of the race, anything can happen. There's Jimmie Johnson you saw a moment ago.
Let's see battle here. I think Jeff Burton getting to the inside of the 2 car actually forced him into another line, and he's actually caught Denny Hamlin now.
Both of them moving in. Toyota of Hamlin, Dodge for Kurt Busch, and Chevy for Jeff Burton.
As a driver, sometimes you get forced into those situations as to where you have to run, and it actually lets you find something a little bit different. And now Kurt Busch is up here ready to take the lead from Denny Hamlin.
Can't say enough about what this 2 team has done. The Blue Deuce, it was announced that their crew chief, Pat Trawson, will be leaving back before the chase even began. They mentioned it at Richmond. He would be leaving when the season was over. They could have folded their tents and gone home, but they have not done that. They have persevered and performed.
You got to hand it to them. They really have done a good job.
Yeah, and you know, you hear say so many times when teams are going to make changes and things. Well, the way I always looked at it, you signed up for the whole year. So why not go ahead and make it happen? But when they said that the crew chief couldn't come to the race shop during the week, I thought that was a pretty big mistake. But Pat Trawson and Kurt Busch, to their credit, have made this work. And here they are trying to battle their way into the top 3 and win another race in the chase tonight.
Still haven't announced a crew chief, by the way, for 2010 for that 2 car. Here's a 24 car. There's Gordon, Harvick, and Jimmie Johnson. They're being shown 5th, 6th, and 7th.
Even though these guys are running right up there, I think it's interesting as we've transitioned now the racetrack a little bit. We see different characters up there at the front. We saw Harvick strike out earlier as he tries to make the pass now.
Kurt Busch looking on the inside of the 11 car and can't quite make the pass as Hamlin will pull him off the corner.
So now what's this going to do? Denny Hamlin was forced up there. Maybe he'll learn something. I see him now working up top. Going to let Kurt try the bottom side.
Well, Hamlin just motors off that top groove and pulls him by another car length.
Yeah, although we say the top, they're not right against the wall like we saw some guys making time really early in the race. I don't think we're going to see that be the groove, but I think you're going to have to be middle to the upper portion of the track. It's what we saw Kyle Busch do last night when he won the nationwide race.
7 championships represented in that battle on the left side of your screen. The 4-time champ Jeff Gordon and the maybe soon to be 4-time champion Jimmie Johnson on the inside, taking the spot away.
I think you do a fine job of passing, my man.
And that's Earl Barbin, the spotter for Jimmie Johnson.
Let's update Jeff Gordon. Jamie.
Well, one of the goals for Jeff Gordon coming into this race was to protect the points position for Hendrick Motorsports. That was one of our big stories going into this race. They want to finish 1, 2, and 3. Well, when he was flustered back there, his car wasn't running so well. Kurt Busch had taken over that 3rd spot. Well, now Jeff Gordon's car is coming to life. The changes they made on the last stop paid off. His car was a little loose, but it's tightening up, getting better, and he's back in 3rd position.
Indeed he is, and back up front, the 2 car continuing to try to work on Denny Hamlin to make the pass.
Yeah, just follow up a little bit on Jeff Gordon. As I've watched him around here, though, it looks like he's struggling a little bit getting his car into the corner. I don't know if that's a loose situation or he just won't turn quite as good as he wants to, but they're probably going to have to make one more adjustment before they get it where Jeff really likes it.
Well, you saw Denny Hamlin go all the way down to the bottom of the racetrack in that turn and actually pull away by about 3 car lengths over Kurt Busch. Back after this message and a word from our ABC stations. Kurt Busch just taking over the lead here in the Ford 400, lap 181 of 267 in the books. Show you it happened a moment ago. They kept swapping lines on the racetrack, and finally Kurt able to go to the high side and make the pass.
Now, Denny's been committed to the bottom side, and looks like he's been getting a really good run to keep Kurt back there. See, this time Kurt goes in a little lower, carries a little more speed, and that's going to translate into a lead change here. Back to the front for the 2.
11th lead change of the day. There have been 7 different leaders, 5 caution flags for 23 laps. Now, you heard earlier Ray Evernham talking about he saw a hole in the top of the 9 car of Casey Kane. And the crew was talking about some debris, a brake rotor that may have hit the top of the car. There's a hole right there in the middle of the 9 in the roof of Casey Kane's Dodge. Speculation was it might have been a brake rotor, and indeed it was. Now watch the circle. That's the part of the brake rotor that had come off of when the contact between the 42 and the 14 took place.
You see right there, that contact from the wall just split that brake rotor, and there's a piece of it bouncing on the track. And right there, you see it hit the roof of the 9 car.
Like a giant can opener, just peeled open the sheet metal. Why don't we go down to explain? Let's go down to Tim Brewer in the Craftsman Tech Garage.
Thanks, Jerry. The brake rotor right inside this area right here. But what happens on impact? When the wheel hits the wall, it basically collapses. When it collapses, it breaks the rotor right here inside of here. You wonder where that big piece is at? The little pieces, they're still out on the racetrack. And as far as some of the flat tires, you can't find all the parts and pieces on the racetrack. You know, the workers work really hard, but when you got fragments of cast iron laying on the racetrack, that's what punctures these rubber tires.
And Tim, thank you. That's a big piece of shrapnel. Just cut a hole in the top of that roof, and it might have been what got Dale Earnhardt Jr.'s tire like a lap or two later.
Yeah, and on top of that, Jerry, you know, that's where NASCAR does a really good job. The windshields, the front windshields in these cars are actually 1/4-inch Lexan, almost bulletproof, and that is exactly why, because of things like that happening, it protects the drivers against that piece of debris coming through the windshield.
Exactly right. They want to make sure these drivers are safe. In fact, the crew was looking for that debris in the car when they made the pit. They thought it was inside the car. It had come through the roof in the car, but we saw, well, that replay, it did not. Jeff Burton now taking the second spot away from Denny Hamlin as he will now get up there and see if he can run down Kurt Busch. So it is Busch the leader, Burton in second, Hamlin third, Kyle Busch fourth, and Jimmy Johnson is fifth. Kurt Busch, our leader here at Homestead Miami Speedway, and we're riding right above him courtesy of our good friends at Goodyear. New Fuel Max tires help you get there on less gas. Calculate your savings at GoodyearTires.com. Nice panoramic view of this 1.5-mile racetrack. We're about 30 miles southwest of the glitz and glamour of Miami Beach. Now there is Kurt Busch, our leader. Burton is in second spot. Denny Hamlin third. Kyle Busch fourth. And what about our points leader, Jimmy Johnson? He's being shown right there in fifth position. Right now the points margin is 150. That's a separation between Johnson and Mark Martin. Martin has yet to lead a lap here today. Now our in-race reporter, Carl Edwards, is running back in seventh spot. We told you he won this race a year ago and has not won yet in 2009.
Okay, bud, it is time to shine here. That sounds good to me.
See, he's sawing that wheel.
They were talking about how this car would probably come to him as it got darker and the track changed, and indeed, DJ, it has gone.
Blowing ahead on the bottom of the 34.
You can see Carl's really having to work the wheel. The car's still not exactly what he's looking for, but this is the best this car's been throughout this race. They took that gamble there early in the race to try to get two tires. It did not work out at all. You got an opportunity to get them off of there and get forward.
You can see right, that's a great shot.
Got a spin at 2, yellow's out, wreck and turn 2. Wreck and turn 2, just going to slow down. Got the 7 setting crossways on exit.
You heard it from his spotter first there, Robbie Gordon's Toyota has come around and will bring out caution now for the 6th time tonight.
Left side, boys. Yeah, he's rolling here.
Lost it up in the high groove.
Heard Robbie say he just lost it up in the high groove.
Looking down from the Goodyear blimp, we'll watch Robbie's car come around.
Man, it looks slick up there.
Yeah, it's just a fast part of the racetrack. You're back in the gas. See if he gets a little damage right here. Yeah, it does get into the wall a little bit, a little left side damage.
Tried to keep it off the wall, and it just turned right back up, and Eric Darnell just gets by, and he smacks the outside wall. Robbie Gordon just fresh back from running the Baja 1000. He did not practice or qualify the car. They had Matt Crafton in the car. Now, how close are the owner points? We saw the 34 car wreck earlier. That was John Andretti. There's how close they are. You want to be in the top 35 to be guaranteed a starting spot for the first 5 races in 2010.
It looks like that 34 car, Bob Jenkins, is pretty well secured in that spot right now.
Robbie Gordon on pit road, and you see the pace car out picking up Kurt Busch as our leader. Jeff Burton in second spot. Burton has yet to lead a lap today, running second. Hamlin third. Kyle Busch and Jimmy Johnson is being shown in 5th position. By the way, Mark Martin is back in 15th spot. He has not led a lap today yet either. Expecting the leaders to come down pit road. 73 laps to go. They cannot make it from here on fuel. They'll have to make one more stop. If we were to go green at out 45 miles an hour under caution, here they come. Vince.
Getting ready for Kyle Busch to hit his pit box. This has been his worst track. His average finish 29.5. He says the car's loose in and loose off. They're going to make an air pressure adjustment and 4-tire change. Now on the 31 in the middle of your screen, more grip. That's been the call all night long for Jeff Burton. Air pressure adjustment and track bar. Shannon?
Denny Hamlin is tight in the center. They're going to put some tape on the nose, air pressure. They have also told him to start saving fuel. Dave.
Leader Kurt Busch, air pressure adjustment. Hopefully get that vibration out with a new set of tires. He gets a little bit of a break from Jimmy Johnson, who pulls farther forward this time with a tight race car. Wedge and track bar for Johnson.
Our Pepsi Refresh race off pit road. You see Hamlin gains a couple of spots. Boyer up 4 positions.
I tell you, Denny Hamlin's crew is really getting it done. So is Clint Boyer's. You see Johnson lost 4 spots.
Yeah, I think those guys just been extremely careful there. So one thing that could really bite them. We heard Ray Evernham talk about that earlier.
And again, the guys in the 11 team really getting it done, and they know when they've got a good stop going because they can see no one else coming, and their guy is headed off of pit road. Working caution for the 6th time out here in the Ford 400 at Homestead Miami Speedway. The season finale for the NASCAR Sprint Cup Series. The 7 car, Robbie Gordon bringing out the caution. Leaders have been on and off pit road. A break for the 2 car had a vibration. It just reported a vibration. He came in, was able to make a tire change, Kurt Busch. And you heard him telling the 11 car, Denny Hamlin, to save fuel. Why would they tell him that? Because last year in this race, he was very, very good and had to pit with just a few laps to go because they couldn't get the fuel mileage they wanted to get. Now, they shouldn't be able to make it, though, right now.
They should not be able to. I mean, that's kind of surprising that they would say that they think they could go 70 laps here. But we've seen stranger things.
Now, here's the 88 car, DJ. Explain what happened to him on pit road here a moment ago.
Well, he'd just gone on to pit road, and he was on the access road when the caution actually came out. So he had his tires and everything. They gave him the lap, which would, the way he was 2 laps down. He would have been in front to be able to get the wave around as these other cars would have been pitting. And so now that's what's happening here. He's actually getting the wave around right here, which is going to get him back on the lead lap, which is the way it should have been.
So that will put now 32 cars on the lead lap. 70 laps to go. They should not be able to make it on fuel. Last year it was Carl Edwards who ran 66 laps and was just nursing his car home the last 3 or 4 laps about half throttle to make it to the checkered flag. But most everyone ran out on lap 62 or 63. Pace car pulls away. Denny Hamlin the leader. Jeff Burton is second. Kyle Busch, Kurt Busch, the Busch brothers, 3rd and 4th. Boyer 5th. And Jeff Gordon is 6th. Jimmy Johnson back in 9th.
And Jeff Burton gets a lot better start this time. And he's got the lead off turn 2.
Wow. It's like he kind of laid back there and got a nice little run up there to Denny Hamlin. Kyle Busch there in the 2nd spot now.
Kurt Busch out on the inside of the 11 car for 3rd position as Kurt will try to take that spot away. This would be the first lap tonight that Jeff Burton has led if he can hold on. And he would become our 8th different leader here tonight. And where is Jimmie Johnson? He's back in 9th position. Johnson moving by. Whoa, gaggle of cars. There's a 99 of Carl Edwards. The 07 of Mears is there. You see Mark Martin right in front of this group.
Yeah, and Carl Edwards just gave Mark Martin a big break. He had a run up on the outside of Mark, but it looked like Mark was sliding up, and Carl just backed out of the gas.
And 3 wide there. Brian Vickers inside of Sam Hornish and outside of Greg Biffle.
So far, Mark Martin's plan is not coming together. His car's still not coming around for him like he thought it would.
Mark Martin is yet to lead a lap tonight. He did not lead a lap at Texas or Phoenix. In fact, the last time that 5 car led a lap was back at Talladega.
Yeah, as we look, there's still 32 cars on the lead lap, and obviously if something should happen to Jimmy, just a flat tire or something, but Mark's not doing his part to take advantage if that scenario should take place.
Greg Biffle back in behind the 07 and the 5 of Martin as they're being shown 15, 16, 17. Jimmie Johnson going downstairs inside of the 24 car.
Still 3 wide. Still 3 wide.
Oh, Jimmy. And the 29 car now moving right in on the back of Jimmie Johnson. Kevin Harvick.
Be 4 wide here in a second.
Yeah, and that's about the worst scenario you'd want in a 3 wide situation. Then a guy gets right on your bumper to loosen you up even more. That's why he's a champ. Look at him go.
Jimmie Johnson trying to drive that 48 car into NASCAR history, trying to become the first driver in the 61-year history of the sport to win 4 consecutive NASCAR Sprint Cup titles. See Martin Truex up there. He's in 6th. See Jeff Gordon back in 7th. Johnson and Kane are there 8th and 9th. Harvick now going by Casey Kane.
Yeah, these guys racing 3 wide, almost 4 wide right here. Jimmy's glad he's put that in his rearview mirror.
Just 64 laps to go when the day began. Jimmie Johnson had a 108-point lead. Right now it is 141 points over Mark Martin, who's being shown back in 15th position. Jimmie Johnson chasing NASCAR history. No one has ever done it. Jimmie could go where no driver has ever gone before in NASCAR by winning 4 consecutive titles. Right now he's trying to go where there's no traffic and having a tough time because the 1 car is right behind him, Truex.
Jeff Gordon had to get out of the gas right there before he got into the 1 car. That was close.
Again, Jeff Burton is your leader. Kyle Busch and Kurt Busch running 2nd and 3rd. Hamlin 4th. Bowyer 5th. And then there is Burton going by. There are
Burton's driven away. I'm sorry, Jerry, but Burton's driven away to over 2-second lead.
Yeah, once he got there, he just pulled off and left him. This is the battle we're watching on the racetrack for 6th position.
This is a race that have a lot of people, a lot of different things, a lot of guys glad that the season's kind of over with as we see battle with the Busch brothers right here for a 2nd spot. But you got the RCR guys that wishing this season would continue on, or we could start 2010 here in about 2 weeks.
Remember, these 2 guys at Texas, these 2 Busch brothers led all but 13 laps at Texas Motor Speedway. Kyle dominated, leading over 250 laps, but because of having to pit for fuel, running out of gas actually, with 2.5 laps to go, it was Kurt that won the race.
Kurt Busch has found a groove where his car is really working. I think we said earlier, he kind of got forced into that position as he was battling Jeff Burton after that last restart, and that's something that's really working for him. I think he and Burton right now, running 1st and 2nd, are the 2 cars that look like they're going to try to settle this win between themselves.
And Andy, you're exactly right. Look at the margin that Jeff Burton said. I have run so poorly all year long. When I finally get one of these brand new RCR race cars, I'm going to show it off.
He's doing it right now.
2.5 second margin for Jeff Burton over Kurt Busch. Kyle Busch is second, Denny Hamlin third, and Clint Bowyer in fifth position. Jimmie Johnson and Chad Knaus, what a team trying to make NASCAR history tonight.
There are less than 100 miles remaining in the 2009 NASCAR Sprint Cup Series season. And Jeff Burton is out in front of second place Kurt Busch by 2.8 seconds with now 53 laps to go at the Homestead Miami Speedway. Jimmie Johnson running solidly in fifth position, while his championship rival on this day, Mark Martin, runs back in 15th position. Johnson's crew down on pit road, Dave, has had a little issue a time or two today. Nothing drastic, but they've lost some spots.
Alan, Jimmy lost 4 spots on that last stop. He's made them all up on the racetrack. But Chad Knaus, as he always does, came down to let the crew know he was behind them. Mike Lingerfeld, the front tire changer, was working on his gun right afterwards. Chad said, good job, hang in there, and get it done next time. Jimmy came on the radio and said, I need you guys for the final stop. Now, Mike Lingerfeld is an interesting story on this front tire changer for the 48. He joined the team last year, and when he did so, he told me I should not be here because of the injury I suffered in the 2000 Daytona 500. He broke his left femur. That's the big bone. And Mike came back after 8 months of rehab to get a championship with Tony Stewart, and then to submit his resume here when things were right with his contract, and Chad Knaus was looking for a front tire changer last year. He was the champion front tire changer last year, and on this final stop, Jimmie Johnson needs him to be a champion again.
Dave, thank you. And looking at some of the numbers, this race went back green with 69 laps to go, and Ray's got his handy-dandy statistical caution analysis histories out. What are we looking at?
Oh, boy, you guys, I don't know.
Oh,
it said, hey, whoa.
Caution's out.
It says the caution's going to come out right now.
What he was going to tell us is that there's a near sure thing to have a caution somewhere in the final 10 laps of this race.
Yeah, it looks like still an 85% chance that between lap 250 and lap 260, there's going to be a caution.
85%.
85%.
That's not what I see on that paper. I see 100.
Nothing 100, baby.
So that big lead Jeff Burton had, gone. We're inside the fuel window now where everybody can make it to the finish, right? Got 51 laps to go, now 50 laps to go here. And we have set up for the money stop.
Right now it's 4 tires, fill it full of fuel, get your best adjustment on your car, and hope that it works to get you to the end of the race. And Mark Martin better pull something out right now to get his car hooked up, because right now it has not been good all day long. It's been a big surprise to me.
That's a big opportunity for Jeff Burton's crew is too. This whole RCR group, all these guys have run well, but if he can get on and off pit road and get out first, he's fast enough to stay out front. Could be a great day for Jeff Burton and RCR.
Caution, a big break for Tony Stewart. He's going to get the free pass and come back around onto the lead lap. Also a big break for Dale Earnhardt Jr. Remember, he got the wave around. He's going to get a chance to get back on equal tires and fuel with the rest of these guys now. And we will see how big a break it is for Jeff Burton or Kurt Busch or Jimmie Johnson or any of these other guys up the front now. And pressure's on these pit crews to get it done. So they're going to stop with 49 laps to go. Top 5, Jeff Burton, Kurt Busch, Kyle Busch, Denny Hamlin, Jimmie Johnson, Mark Martin's back in 15th place. Do they try something just to get some track position? We will see. Vince, here they come.
Well, the 18 of Kyle Busch, remember, he says this is a track he's not good at, but he won the nationwide race last night. He's having an outstanding run today. Says the car is loose in and loose off. That's been the predominant complaint from Kyle in the 18. They've been massaging the car all day long. Dave Rogers has done a nice job. 4 tire change, an air pressure adjustment, and a chassis adjustment. Now the 31 in the middle of your screen, need more grip. Well, we've heard that all night from the 31, an air pressure adjustment and 4 tires for the 31, Shannon.
11 crew have been getting it done on pit road. Free on exit for Denny Hamlin. Air pressure 4 tires. Dave.
Car's too loose for second place Kurt Busch. He takes 2 tires and he's gone. Jimmie Johnson says his car needs to be freed up in the center just a little bit. That'll be a wedge adjustment. Let's see if they can be solid and keep their position. Looks like they're going to lose a couple spots, guys.
Wow. How about that, Jeff Burton? Going to be back 4th on the racetrack. Ray, how about that 2-tire call?
I don't think it's the right thing. You know, the track seems pretty abrasive. We're looking at least a 30 or 40 lap run, I think. I just don't think 2 tires are going to be the way to go.
We saw Carl Edwards try it early, and it didn't work for him at all. In fact, he couldn't get back into the pit area quick enough. So I have no idea why they've done the 2-tire deal on the 2 car, but it didn't work for Carl Edwards. I don't know why it would work for the 2 car.
Really wanted Jeff Burton to get a good, just a great pit stop there. We kind of suspected you guys might be a little rusty from being in this position, but boy, he's got a tough road to hoe being back there in 19th. So, Doc, what do you guys think?
Boy, gutsy call. I agree with you guys. I don't know how in the world that 2 is going to make that work on 2 tires. Just too many laps to go. Why don't we visit with our in-race reporter, Carl Edwards, the 99 car now being shown in 7th spot.
Hey, Carl, Dale Church, have a copy?
Got you, Dale.
Well, you made any adjustments that make you think you can get that thing at least up in the top 5 here?
I believe the rotation of the Earth has helped us the most. The cooler temperatures here are good, so this thing's fast. We had a little trouble on pit road, but then the guys had a good stop here. I think on this long run we might have something for them. It was real good the previous long run.
Are these restarts as exciting from the cockpit of that race car as they are watching it here?
They're pretty wild. They're pretty wild. So, we'll see what happens here. Anything can still happen. There's a lot. You can spin the tires real easily. So, there's a lot of, dicing before the first corner, if you want to call it that. It's pretty crazy.
Okay, we'll follow you forward, buddy.
All right, be time to shine here, bud.
We'll be waiting.
And that's what happened a year ago here in the late laps. Carl Edwards got it done. He was able to shine. In fact, Carl took the lead again with just 3 laps to go. Let's update that call on the 2 car. Dave.
And that came from Pat Tryson. 2 tires. I know the car was loose. Is that how you tighten it up, or was this all about track position?
Well, it's about both. Tighten up track position. So we'll see what happens here. I feel like earlier in the race when we stayed out on tires, it was a real good run. So track position is pretty big. So see what happens with the Miller Lite Dodge, but we felt pretty good about it. We'll see what happens.
All right, they tested it earlier, according to Pat. We'll see if it works out.
Well, he made the call, guy. What do you think? Loose, can you get that much of an advantage without, the track position you got, but obviously with 2 tires, can you stay there?
No.
Can you explain?
That's the short answer. I just think you need 4 tires.
Yeah.
This racetrack it's just so abrasive, just like Ray was saying. You really need that grip. I think he's going to pay the price right here.
Yeah, the guys were all waiting for Knight to get here so they'd have grip, and now you don't give maximum grip by getting 4 tires. Pat Tryson and Kirk may be right. We'll see what plays out, but you'd have to think that this could be a risky move on their part.
Now, prior to the caution flag, the 5 car, Mark Martin, was very frustrated. Listen in.
Okay, it don't turn with this crap here. 10-4. Okay, I'm fighting harder than you realize. I know it's hard to encourage me, but I need some kind of encouragement. This is really hard. I know, buddy. It's hard for us, too. All we do is the best we can.
Yeah, it's just not been the night they were looking for at all. They can't make this car do what they want to.
And they had such high expectations coming here with the car that they won with at Darlington, dominated at Chicagoland, and they knew Mark Martin was fully anticipated he could lead the most laps and win the race, and he has yet to lead a lap tonight. And because of that, he has lost ground to Jimmie Johnson, 155 points now, and he's back in 21st position. And look at Kurt Busch, just 13 more points back.
That's why the pressure's there. You can hear it in their voices.
It's been frustrating for them, and you can see that right now Kurt Busch has kind of broke up that Hendrick domination there. He's moved up into that 3rd spot, but he's got a lot of work ahead of him here these next 47 laps.
Let's see if the 2 tires pays off or becomes a liability for the Dodge, the Blue Deuce. Here they go. Kyle Busch gets the advantage, and now he's under attack from his teammate Denny Hamlin.
3 wide right in front of Jimmie Johnson.
Jeff Burton getting by, talking about teammates battling. There's a 33 of Boyer. And Hamlin now trying to go back on the inside. Here's Kyle Busch jumping back in the throttle.
I saw it was almost the same thing last night with Kyle Busch. He really wasn't that good till it came time to really race for the win. And here he is. He's the best he's been all night.
Look at they 4 wide back up there, and back to 3 wide, and Carl's down on the inside of the racetrack, the inside of McMurray. Denny Hamlin now going by the 18 to retake the lead. 45 laps to go. The way they're racing, you'd think there were 5 laps to go. Look at the right side, 3 wide
Carl
there.
back to the inside.
Oh, contact right there with Matt Kenseth and Sam Hornish and into Brian Vickers.
Hornish able to gather it back up right in front of Mark Martin. There's 2 cars behind him.
Yeah, Mark's car wiggling a little bit coming out of turn 4.
Remember, Dale Earnhardt Jr. got that wave around, got back on the lead lap. Now he's moving in behind the 16 car, trying to move back up. He's being shown in 19th position. Denny Hamlin, the leader, and Hamlin has to be considered the hard luck driver of the chase. He's had 3 DNFs in the last 6 races and just could not catch a break. Had trouble, an accident in California.
Oh, look at Burton get sideways off turn 2.
And gathers it back up, and then Hamlin has had 1st, 2nd, and 3rd place finishes in the other 3.
So Carl was able to slide by those guys, gets in front of Casey Kane now. See if he can hold him off, though. I think Carl's wanting to work more of that top side, but Casey Kane looks like he's working pretty good on the bottom.
$29,248 right side of your screen. Harvick, Kurt Busch, and Jimmy Johnson. That's 5th, 6th, and 7th.
You can see the 2 cars sliding back, and just behind him is Jeff Gordon, who's having a better run here. So points-wise, that's moved Gordon back up into the 3rd spot, with Kurt Busch not being up there in the front anymore.
Again, the 2-tire call for the 2-car Kurt Busch. Pat Troston said the car was loose. He thought it would help the car and also give them track position. And obviously right now that 2-car in jeopardy of losing another couple of positions. He's already now slid back to 4th in the standings.
I guarantee you that they would hope if they could control things that they'd run about 10, 12 more laps here and have a caution that they weren't involved in so they could redo that and come get 4 tires.
Great battle left side, the Ford and Dodge of Edwards and Kane. Casey Kane, a 2-time winner this year. Carl Edwards still trying to get to victory lane for the first time in 09. And the last time, by the way, in 09. Carl Edwards, by the way, finished 2nd last night in the NASCAR Nationwide Series race and 2nd in the point standings to the same guy, Kyle Busch, who won the race last night. A couple of teammates here, the 48 of Jimmy Johnson, the 24 of Jeff Gordon. They're being shown in 7th and 8th spot.
You know, Kurt Busch, he started out the leader there on those 2 tires and dropped back to 5th spot. But now it looks like he's kind of stabilized, and he's really kind of coming back up to Clint Boyer. Kevin Harvick was fighting really hard to try to get by Kurt Busch and not able to do it. And now it looks like it's kind of turned the other way a little bit for Kurt Busch.
Looks like Jeff Gordon has got the message, too, that he needs to get up there and be able to stay near that 2-car or pass him to be able to protect his points position.
And that's probably a position there that Jimmy Johnson didn't mind giving, knowing that it was benefiting Jeff Gordon there, too, and not hampering his championship efforts at all.
Just 28 points now separating Gordon and Kurt Busch and 2 positions on the racetrack. Battles all over the racetrack. Jamie McMurray, who won at Talladega, giving Roush Fenway their 3rd win of the year. There's McMurray going by. Now he has gone around the 99 car and taken the 11th spot. Edwards back in 12th position.
Yeah, a good run for Jamie McMurray. His last time in this car at Roush Fenway. He'll be moving over to the 1 car with Bass Pro Shops, which is the car right in front of him. He's seeing the future right there ahead of him.
Earnhardt Ganassi team he'll be driving for next year. And by the way, McMurray had his best year statistically when he was driving for Chip Ganassi back in the early years between 03 and 05.
Just going to ride for a bit.
Here Jimmy saying he was just a little bit too loose right now. He was going to ride.
Let's update the 24. Jamie.
Well, just before run low. They fixed him up, made a wedge adjustment, and Steve Letarte, his crew chief, came on the radio and said, we have to finish top 3 in points, and in order to do that, you must finish 6th, and Jeff Gordon has gone forward. Dave?
Jamie, just to replay a little bit of that radio, Jimmy did say, I'm just riding right now where I am. And his crew chief, Chad, said, that's okay. And certainly that is okay right now. Where they are, they would win this championship. So riding is okay, but it's not over yet.
Indeed, it is not over yet. Too many cars still on the lead lap. Still 33 cars on the lead lap. Whoa!
Things like that going on, Dwight. Goodness. 3 wide. What a move by Carl Edwards on the high side.
And see Mark Martin now coming, digging back on the bottom of the racetrack, trying to get another position. Whoa, the 1 car back into the car, fishtailing coming out of the corner.
It's not a bad run for Mark Martin. I think they adjusted on his cars, made it some better.
Mark said he was having a terrible time to get the car to turn in the corners. Up front, it is Denny Hamlin being shown as our leader. Hamlin has never won at Homestead Miami Speedway. And the 18 car that's chasing him down, Kyle Busch, has run the last 2 laps quicker than the leader, Hamlin. Hard to believe that Kyle Busch has never had a top 10 finish here in a Cup car. His best finish at this track in 4 attempts was 19th a year ago.
You know, last night we heard him talk about he just couldn't figure this place out, and then we heard him say after he won the race that he found something with about 40 to go in that race that really helped him go on and win. So it looks like he's taking that information from last night and transferring over here tonight.
What a year for Kyle Busch. 20 victories across the 3 series between NASCAR Sprint Cup, the Nationwide car, and the NASCAR Camping World Truck. Clint Bowyer now seeing in his mirror that he's that the Hendrick boys are coming after him. Gordon and Johnson back in 7th and 8th.
Mark Martin and Truex been really going at it. Look how Truex runs that high line.
Jeff Gordon now going underneath Bowyer to take that spot away, and that would be the 7th or 6th position. See if Jimmy can dig by as well.
That little wiggle from Jimmy there off the bottom part. See Bowyer go to the inside. Jimmy was a little unhappy with Clint Bowyer earlier in this race. Felt like that maybe he was hampering his move forward as they raced a little bit. Let's see if he's able to get back by Clint.
Carl Edwards has now driven that car into the top 10 in 10th position. Let's ride along with our in-race reporter, Carl Edwards.
Okay, it's time to shine if you want, buddy. 10-4, 10-4. Well, Dale, we've been talking all year about doing this, so I'm going to give you a lap just like I give Bob here. A little tight right there. Coming to the line here, and I'm watching the 44, seeing where he's running. Banana just a little bit lower than him. Right here, you got to delicately get back to the gas, and it gets a little bit loose off of turn 2 here. Right out to the wall. We're catching these guys, just restarts have been a little poor. This corner is the toughest one. Diving in here, it gets a little bit loose on this seam. Right back to the gas. This is the freest corner right here off of 4. So, hope that helps your broadcast there, Dale.
How cool is that right there, folks? I hope you understand. This guy's going 190 miles an hour out here trying to catch the guys in front. This is something that Carl Edwards has talked to me a number of times, just wanting to give us a ride with the lap around here and a lot of tracks. So thanks, Carl. That's pretty cool. I hope you enjoyed it, fans.
And wanted to bring the fans right in the cockpit. You see how he was working that steering wheel, just hanging on, almost got up in the wall, just cranking that wheel.
Look at him. Talk about it, in-race reporter.
Yeah.
27 laps to go here at Homestead Miami Speedway. NASCAR Sprint Cup Series season finale. Denny Hamlin has already had a career-high 3 wins in 2009. He won at Pocono, Richmond, and Martinsville. This is the car he won with at Pocono and Martinsville, and trying to go to victory lane for the first time at Homestead Miami Speedway. Kyle Busch is second, Jeff Burton third, Kurt Busch fourth, and Kevin Harvick now being shown in 5th position. If you're wondering about Jimmie Johnson, our points leader and the man who is chasing history right now, he is back in 7th position. Jimmie led the early lap, so he will get he's gotten the bonus points for leading twice for 28 laps. There is Jimmie Johnson, 26 laps away from making NASCAR history.
Yeah, Jimmie's found a nice place to run right here. It's no problem at all for him to run in this spot. No cars around him. Mark Martin, on the other hand, is just digging as hard as he can. He's moved up to the 12th spot now on this run, so he is definitely, trying everything he can to get every spot possible.
Yeah, Jimmy's had to really work for this most of the day. I mean, he's been in the middle of a lot of battles on these restarts and things.
And they're still looking at Truex and Martin. They're still just battling like crazy.
Truex has been married to that top side pretty much all day. He's made it work nice for him here in this race.
It's like he just the back of his car just inches off that wall.
Whoa, man, look at that. You don't think Mark Martin's driving hard?
And Mark Martin, a 27-year quest to be a NASCAR champion. He knew it was an outside chance coming here today, and it's not over yet, folks, but he wanted to come here and lead the most laps and win the race and force Jimmie Johnson to have a good top 25 finish in order to beat him. And Mark has not led a lap thus far tonight.
Right along with Mark Martin here, and watch Kyle Busch lost a lot of time that last lap. I think he could have possibly gotten into the wall in the middle of 3 and 4. He'd been getting higher and higher on the track trying to chase Denny Hamlin down.
We've heard him say last night and tonight that he just can't seem to find what it takes at this track to try to make time. He searches all over and he just never really finds it. He does a great job. He's running second and he won the race last night, but that's just been his comments.
Yeah, he lost a good bit of time to Jeff Burton.
Check this graphic out. In all 3 series here, he has run enough miles to circle the globe. 24,901.5 miles. That's a lot of racing miles.
How about the 44 car, A.J. Allmendinger? You talk about future stardom. Here's the young man who was the highest finishing Ford last week at Phoenix, yet driving a Ford for Richard Petty Motorsports, where they will be next year. He's already been the highest finishing Dodge twice this year. How about that from one season? The highest finishing make in 2 different manufacturers.
Yeah, and he's the highest running Ford right now. You see Carl Edwards trying to catch him, but AJ takes that spot away from Clint Boyer, so he's up to the 8th spot now.
And DJ, this car was actually built by Richard Petty Motorsports people. This is an in-house car they built and put the Ford engine in, so kudos to those guys building this car just fresh out of the box.
Yeah, their chassis works, so I'm sure that it's something that as they move over to Roush, they'll take a look and see if they can combine things there, make all the efforts a little bit better.
I heard Carl say he was catching this group, and now he's caught Clint Boyer.
Saw from the in car just how hard Carl was having to work with that car. You see a lot of the time he was turning back to the right as he was making the exit of the corner. See if he can slide right up in front of Clint Boyer here on the exit of turn 4, or turn 2, I'm sorry. Whoa,
not quite.
Boyer comes roaring back there. Battle for 9th position. We do want to mention, by the way, the 2 car. We were chastising, wondering if that was a good decision for Kurt Busch to take the 2 tires. And Andy, you're right. Even though he lost a couple spots, he has now held his own in 4th position.
Yeah, I'm really impressed with what they've done. I actually thought they would lose a lot more spots. I mean, they did have the lead on the restart, and they're 4th now, but their lap times are still just about equal to the leader, Denny Hamlin, right now.
I actually thought it might work the reverse, that they might be okay for the first 10 or 12 laps, but then might fall off. But he's really hung on and is actually catching Jeff Burton and Kyle Busch a little bit, who are running 2nd and 3rd.
Carl Edwards goes down again, and there's the 48 and 24. Jimmie Johnson being shown in 6th position. Jeff Gordon in the 7th spot.
You know, Jimmie Johnson's in 6th place right now, and I think he's got a car that might be good enough to win the race. If you get down here and have a late caution and they all come down pit road, he might pull out all the stops and try to get a win. What do you think?
Well, that's possible. Still a lot of cars on the lead lap, but with Mark Martin not being up there, it kind of does open things up for Jimmie Johnson. Show just what kind of car he does have, maybe. But it's really about the championship tonight. They have a lot of wins, and I think he'd be happy if this thing just went green the rest of the way right now.
Yeah, I think he would too.
Now we're going to award the Gillette in the clutch move of the night to the over-the-wall crew for this 48 team. They had to have a good pit stop. They had to make sure it was clean getting on and off pit road.
And that's the thing they focused on all night long, is just being accurate and not making any mistakes, and they've done a great job tonight. They haven't been the fastest off pit road, although they've had a few good stops. They've been very solid, not making any mistakes.
To find out how your favorite athletes prepare for success, go to ESPN.com, search Locker Room Report. Could not have a lug nut, could not have a speeding penalty, could not have an issue with the quick.
Replace this ride here to the end of this thing, nice and smooth.
Well, there's your answer, Dale. I'm always shooting for the stars. I like to win the race too.
Yeah. Yeah, that'd certainly be the perfect ending, but when you're chasing this kind of history, man, you just have to get yourself in the spot that he has. He's done a fantastic job, obviously, all year, but in particular under just tremendous pressure here this weekend.
We talk about Jimmy, but no one, there's Chad Knaus, no one has ever won 4 consecutive titles as a crew chief. And if you're looking for Rick Hendrick, folks, I'll remind you that Rick Hendrick had to leave earlier today because of a family emergency. He had to go home. He could not be here tonight to celebrate with his teams.
See, Jeff Burton on the left there has called Kyle Busch, trying to take that second spot away. This battle is a little over 2 seconds behind our leader, Denny Hamlin, who has come from 38th starting spot to possibly win this race.
Jeff Burton came from 36th a week ago to finish second, and he is now taken over the second position here with just 14 laps to go.
Now it's looking like qualifying's no indicator on how you're going to race. Both of these cars starting so far back.
Yeah, especially when you get to tracks that are this wide, where you have opportunities to pass. Handling really comes into play. You have a good car and a good driver, you can make that happen.
Now the 2 car of Kurt Busch realizing if he's going to be able to get up there and finish 3rd in the points, he's got to get by some of these guys, and he's got to go now.
Yeah, he's looking in his mirror too, and he sees that 29 car, Harvick. He's been inching in closer and closer to these guys. He'll try to get by this 18 car as quick as he can.
It's less than 20 points now separating Kurt Busch from Jeff Gordon, 3rd and 4th in the chase points with 13 to go.
A little brush to the wall there, Kyle Busch.
And that's how close it is there. Kurt Busch trying to get up there and slide in on that Hendrick 1-2-3 finish. Kevin Harvick and the RCR guys may not pick up the win tonight, but they've got to be awfully pleased at how far this whole team has come just in the last month or month and a half, Andy.
Well, I think they need to be just pleased as they can be, because this is a great performance tonight for RCR. Jeff Burton sitting there in 2nd spot, still has a shot at it, only 3 seconds behind the leader. And there's Harvick right behind him in 4th.
May 10 to go next time by. Denny Hamlin is our leader. Toyota has never won a NASCAR Sprint Cup race here at Homestead Miami Speedway. Jeff Burton is 2nd in a Chevy. Kurt Busch 3rd in a Dodge, and then Harvick, and then Kyle Busch. That's the top 5. Jimmie Johnson now being shown in 6th position.
Hey, you think about those 3 races. Denny Hamlin had DNFs. What a factor he could have been in this championship. And I know all of that, happens, but this is a team that, when we start talking about 2010, we certainly have to give a lot of consideration. Mike Ford and Denny Hamlin definitely be a factor in trying to stop Jimmie Johnson's streak.
Yeah, they absolutely had the performance to do it. They just didn't have the luck and the durability they needed.
Oh, and he's still 6.5 seconds ahead of us, so no, you cannot. Just nice and smooth. Is that a dare? No, that is not a dare. That is a fact.
Well, it's 129 points right now. It was 108 when the day began. Right now, the Hendrick 1-2-3 is going to happen unless Kurt Busch can do something or something happens with Jeff Gordon. That has never happened before. Never has one owner had his cars finish first, second, and third in the NASCAR Sprint Cup points. And the one car again just sliding off the corner right in front of the 5 of Mark Martin. They are 10th and 11th. Let's talk for a moment about that 5 car, Mark Martin. When the day began, we had a feature, Mark Martin talking about he has not won a championship. He has not won a trophy. But I will tell you, DJ, that from the people who know Mark Martin, many of us have known him for 25 years, the guys like you that have raced against him, everybody will tell you that in every other way, Mark Martin is a champion.
Yeah, that's the only fact is he doesn't have that trophy, but we all know that he is a champion. He's a respectable person out of the race car, and certainly on the racetrack, he's probably the most fair person that you would ever race against, and the utmost respect of anyone else out here. And we'd all like to see that, as we see Jimmie Johnson has taken over that 5th spot from Kyle Busch. But Mark Martin is very pleased with where he's at in his life, and as long as he's happy with everything, he knows that that would have been a tall order. The first year with this race team, with a crew chief, that they would come in here and win the championship. I mean, let's talk about them for next year too.
Mark Martin will be back in that 5 next year, and we talked about how he got the ride with Hendrick sending him the contract. Here's still some question marks on the 2 car. Who's going to be the crew chief next year? They have not made a decision. I talked to Tim Cindric, said they had some people in mind. They were waiting to make a decision here till the year was over. There's Pat Trosson moving on over to the Michael Waltrip Racing team. Well, he'll be a part of that one, the 56 car with Martin Truex Jr. next year. Denny Hamlin is our leader, and Hamlin has now led 3 times for 66 laps. Just 5 laps away from the checkered flag here on the season finale at Homestead Miami Speedway.
Okay, here's Jeff Burton now running second. He's a good almost 2.5 seconds behind, but he is faster than the 11 car. And there's only 4 laps to go right here, or 5 laps to go. So right now 4 laps to go, but have a caution or something like that. Jeff Burton's got a fast enough car.
And Denny Hamlin now moving in on the 55. And by the way, this will be the last race that you will see a Waltrip full-time in NASCAR Sprint Cup competition. I was talking to DW yesterday. Going back to 1973, there has been a Waltrip racing full-time. Michael will not be a full-time Cup driver next year, only part-time and maybe full-time in the Nationwide Series. But the end of an era, 36 years we've had a Waltrip full-time in Cup. All good action here. Harvick on the inside of the 2 car. Kurt Busch coming back.
You can see as he got to the right rear quarter pound of the 29, got a little wiggle out of Harvick.
3rd position they're battling for it. And Kurt just stays in the throttle in that middle groove and pulls him now by a couple of car lengths. Watch Kevin Harvick now come back on the bottom of the racetrack.
Now he gets a good run, but you got to have all the racetrack, and you see right there, Kurt Busch is right in his groove. Kurt's done a great job with those 2 tires.
The white flag next time by for Denny Hamlin. Hamlin trying to pick up his 4th win of 2009. He's already had a career high 3 wins on the year. There he comes out of turn 4, and Denny Hamlin will take the white flag 1.5 miles away. And there is Jimmie Johnson 1 lap away from making history. So Denny Hamlin will come down the back straightaway. And barring incident, Hamlin will come down and take the checkered flag for his 4th win in 2009. But folks, the story is history being made by a driver, Jimmie Johnson. There comes Hamlin. Open up the history books, folks. On a November night in 2009, Jimmie Johnson is a 4-time Cup winner.
Thank you. Chad, you rock, brother.
You, my friend. That's all you. Thank you very much, man. I love you, brother. Mr. Hendrick, buddy, we really wish you were here with us today. We really wish you were here to celebrate, but we understand what it's all about. We hope everybody's good with, everything's good with your needs. Thank you for the opportunity, Lowe's, Hendrick Motorsports, and all these fantastic race fans. Thank you for everything.
There's his father. See all the emotion there from Gary, his dad, knowing that his son has just made NASCAR history. As Jimmie Johnson has won his 4th consecutive NASCAR Sprint Cup title. There is Denny Hamlin on the burnout, having won for the first time at Homestead Miami Speedway, not only for him, but giving Toyota their first win here. And Jimmie Johnson has now gone where no other driver has ever gone in NASCAR history, winning 4 consecutive titles. Dave.
Well, Chad Knaus has engineered another victory and another championship for this team this year. And all night long, 3 wide, 4 wide, back of the pack. I mean, I don't think you had room to breathe out there hardly ever tonight, Chad.
Man, what a great race, wasn't it? I mean, it really was. Fantastic race. I just couldn't be happier. You know, we got back there a little bit, but we wanted to make sure that we, every opportunity, we kept fuel in the car. We didn't want to get ourselves in a position to where at the end of the race we wouldn't have enough fuel to make it. So we pitted that one time and fell back a little bit. But man, just motored right up to the front. The car was so fast. I mean, we had a really good race car, so I'm really excited about coming back next year because I think we'll have a shot to win this thing. I think we could have done it tonight if we just had a little bit better opportunity, but man, what a fantastic job. I got to thank Mr. Hendrick. I wish he was down here with us tonight, but he had a family emergency, wasn't able to make it, and we hope everything's good there, boss. I got to thank all the Lowe's employees and all the managers and everybody that here from Lowe's and all the fans. And what a great crowd tonight, and all the fans watching at home. And man, just what a great season. I don't even know what to say. It's fantastic.
The record books are going to say first ones to win 4 consecutive. Chad, what are the emotions?
Man, I don't know. That's awesome. That's just absolutely incredible. I think that's got to say just how impressive this Lowe's team is, and what a great, fantastic driver Jimmie Johnson is. I mean, just Jimmie is an incredible, incredible talent. He's the most underrated driver in this garage from a perspective of, you know, media recognition and things like that. I mean, that guy can do things with a race car that I've never seen done before, and I hope this proves it to everybody.
And I assume we're going to go for a 5th and just keep the record book going next year.
Right now, I'm going to celebrate our 4th and work on going to Daytona. How's that?
That sounds great, Chad. Go celebrate. 4th in a row for these guys. It is unbelievable, and they do make history in NASCAR. Doc?
Folks, I encourage you to take a second and glance at your watches and remember this moment, because you are witnessing NASCAR history. In the 61-year history of this sport, it has never happened before. No Dale Earnhardt, no Richard Petty, no one has been able to win 4 consecutive titles. What an effort tonight by the Joe Gibbs Racing team of Denny Hamlin. The driver drove it from the back of the pack from 38 starting spot, and the crew did an awesome job getting him off pit road with sub 13-second stops.
Denny Hamlin celebrated his 29th birthday on Wednesday, and what a way to indeed blow out the candles on the 2009 season. How about that? Started 38th, came all the way back to the field to win it. And this car has won every time you've raced it, so job well done. What's it mean to finish out the chase, a feast or famine chase for you with a victory?
I tell you, it's we're going to be there. I promise you. I promise you in the next couple of years we're going to win a championship. Just got to thank everyone. I got to thank Sprint. I got to thank FedEx. The fans, you know, they've really they stuck it out this year. They you know, supported our sport. Coke, Wiley X, Toyota, everyone, JGR, and congratulations to Michael Waltrip on a great career. I was trying to keep him close that last couple laps so I can show some dignity and give him his lack back, but he's done a lot for our sport, and got to say congratulations on a great career for him.
You beat Jimmie Johnson in 5 of the 10 chase races. What does that say about Denny Hamlin, Mike Ford, and this 11 team?
With 3 DNFs, you know, you look at the final point standings and call a DNF 100 points, and we're right there. But those guys have been the standard. They haven't made mistakes, and you know, that's who we ultimately want to be, is the guys that are dominating force like them. And I think we're showing that we have that strength to compete with those guys. It's just they've done a phenomenal job. 4 in a row for them. Couldn't be happier for them. I mean, there's no more deserving champion than them.
Jimmie Johnson wins the championship. Denny Hamlin wins the season finale at Homestead. Shannon?
Well, Jeff Burton down here, second place finish, second week in a row. Jeff, how alive has this team come in the past weeks with Todd Berrier coming on board?
Well, obviously it's been a really good 4 weeks, and we're real proud of everybody's effort. I mean, that's one thing. Even though we haven't been running like we need to, our guys have been working really hard and putting a lot of effort out there. And you know, that's all I can ask for. Even early in the year when we weren't running well, everybody was still working hard. That's why you never heard me get down on our group of people, because their effort's there. And Todd's done an incredible job. Again, we put ourselves in position. We just got a little bit off on that last run, and I think that's me, you know, just not knowing what to tell Todd just yet. You know what I mean? He gave me a car fast enough to win a race, and I needed to be screaming a little bit more about what I thought I needed, and that'll come, you know what I mean, with communication. But you know, everybody did their part, and I came up a little short.
You can bet the fans were screaming tonight. We saw some great racing. What was it like for you guys out there?
It was a lot of. I really thought after last night's race you'll see a really good race here, and Denny got away from us a little bit there at the end. But you know, there was a lot of good racing. This is when they changed this racetrack, I thought they were crazy. I thought they'd kill it, but they've made this racetrack so much better, and it's a great racetrack, put on great events, and it's a cool place to come to finish the year.
4th straight top 10 finish for Jeff Burton and this team. Doc?
Back-to-back second place finishes for Burton. And there is the champion, the man who made history over in turn 2. Now he is waiting there because they are getting the championship stage all set up for the NASCAR Sprint Cup Awards. And the man who has done it 4 years in a row, Jimmie Johnson, has stood on that stage. Now this will be the 4th year as a NASCAR champion. And it was not easy. When you talk to Jimmie Johnson and some of the guys in the garage here this week, they had a lot of concerns and a lot of worry about what could happen here tonight.
Well, you never know. I mean, when you get in a machine like that, anything can happen. You're in a race. Things can happen, unexpected things. But as Chad Canal said, as Denny Hamlin said, this is a tremendous race team with the best driver out there getting the job done. And you know, sometimes he doesn't get all the credit that he deserves. I think people think because he's with the best organization and everything, he should do this, but he goes and gets it done.
We talk about NASCAR history. Jimmie Johnson becomes the first one to win 4 consecutive titles. And look at the guys that have won 2 in a row. Look at those names: Earnhardt, Gordon, Waltrip, some of the all-time greats, Lee Petty and Richard Pearson. How about 3 consecutive NASCAR titles? You see Cale there. Jimmie Johnson tied him a year ago, but only one man in the 61-year history has been where Jimmie Johnson is right now. 4 consecutive championships against some of the stiffest competition in the history of the sport.
I know I heard Chad Canal say he didn't know how to feel about 4 in a row, but I'll tell you what, I'll never look at these guys the same again. I'll look at them with reverence. They're the only ones to ever do this, and it means a lot.
They have given him the command to fire it up, and in our Sports Center special, which we began the day with, and in our countdown show, we talked about how Rick Hendrick helped this young man. He loaned him money to buy cheeseburgers. He helped him get to and from the short track races when Jimmy wanted a chance. And what about the eye for Rick Hendrick, believing in the talents of a young man from Southern California who grew up in a mobile home park and had a dream of someday being a NASCAR champion? And you can just hope that the fans now, as they wave to Jimmie Johnson as he comes around, really understands and appreciates and respects what this team has done. Jimmie Johnson turning some donuts to celebrate a history-making night. And what's the scene like down there, Alan?
Doc, does the word chaos mean anything to you? There are all kind of team members here wearing Lowe's uniforms, and the photographers and the officials trying to keep track of the car because it still does have to go through tech inspection when he gets it here. And of course, watching Jimmy celebrate and eventually pull that car in here by the stage. Pardon me while I step back. The champ looking around at the scene. And he is ready to come out and make his entrance as a 4-time consecutive champion. Here he comes. A moment with his wife, Shani. Jimmy, Richard Petty never did it. Dale Earnhardt never did it. Cale Yarborough, Darrell Waltrip, Jeff Gordon never did what you and this team have just accomplished. 4 consecutive championships. What are your thoughts?
Thank you, fans. I hear you. I appreciate it. Thank you. Man, it's going to take a little while to sink in because I haven't really let my mind wander, but the truth of it is to do something that's never been done in the sport and love the sport like I do and to respect it like I do, and the greats with Petty, Earnhardt, Gordon, to be, to do something they have never done is so awesome. And to win 4 championships in 8 years, what this team has done, the great support from Lowe's, Hendrick Motorsports, the team, and we talk about it all the time, but such a team sport, and I don't even know where to start. This is unbelievable.
From the moment you stood in this very spot 12 months ago and knew you had one shot to do something no one had ever done. Oh, Mark Martin here. Pardon me. Brian Vickers, former teammate, good friend. So to continue. Yes. But well-deserved congratulations. From the moment you stood in this spot 12 months ago and knew you had one shot at making history, that it had to be this year, how much does that weight on you?
I wasn't sure we'd be in this position, but I knew with the team that we had, the changes we were going to make, adding Mark Martin was going to help us understand these cars a little bit more with his experience. I felt like we'd have a shot. Late in the summer, I wasn't sure where we needed to be, but when the chase started, we all buckled down and got it right. I could have said, yeah, I knew that we were going to be here, but I didn't know. And until we got through Martinsville, and there's a couple other wins in there that went our way, I wasn't sure how it was going to go. And then after Texas, man, I was devastated after Texas. I wasn't sure how Phoenix was going to go with it being such a good track for Mark, and there's no telling here. It hasn't been a great track for us, but I'm very proud of the effort we had here today with the Lowe's car. That was a very competitive car, and I think we had a shot at winning that thing.
Let's talk about your race. It's never easy. What was it like out there? We saw you in the middle of some 3 wides a couple times.
Yeah, it was hair-raising at times. I mean, everybody's trying to get their best finish for the end of the year, and I got trapped in a couple positions I didn't really find enjoyable, but I made it through it, and I don't even know where we finished, but hopefully in the top 5, and I think we were coming there at the end.
You were 5th at the end of the night. For people like Mark Martin, Brian Vickers, your peers, to come in and congratulate you on your accomplishments, what's that mean to you?
It means the world to me, and I have to say how much I appreciate Mark Martin and what he's done for the team and the friendship and the respect and the competition that he's brought. He's made me step my game up, be a better race car driver. I got to thank Rick Hendrick and his support. I wish that Rick was here, buddy. We miss you. Jeff Gordon for believing in me and giving me a shot. The great people at Lowe's for believing in me. We had no clue it was going to turn out like this. So, and I also have to go through, I've got to thank my loving wife and all of her support, my family, our extended family, friends. And there's been so many people over the years that have helped and groomed me to who I am today. Good and bad times. You know, they've all made me who I am today. I'm very proud of that.
History. Congratulations. We'll give you a few moments with your team, then we'll get you up on stage and you can put your hands on that trophy again.
Awesome. Thank you, buddy.
Jimmie Johnson, 4-time consecutive champion. Jimmie coming home tonight in the 5th position and edging his teammate and friend Mark Martin for the title. What a season it was for Mark Martin. 5 wins this season. Remember, he talked about before the race, a defining moment of his year, the big win at Phoenix that got he and his partnership with his Hendrick Motorsports team off and on a roll. Mark caught up, Vince Welch caught up with Mark just a minute ago.
Actually sitting here live with Mark Martin. And Mark, congratulations on a fantastic season. I know it didn't end the way you had hoped it would for you and the entire team. Maybe update us on the struggles you faced during the course of the night.
Well, first of all, heavy hearts and prayers with the boss man and the family. That sort of takes a little bit of the shine off of it. But congratulations to Hendrick Motorsports, to Jimmie Johnson, Superman, and to my team. I want to tell you, the fans and the competitors, you know, made it nearly emotional for me. It's just so incredible to have the rally and the roar and the intros and all the support, and for me to even have a chance is pretty incredible, and it just speaks volumes about this team and my first opportunity to work with Alan Gustafson, and I feel really, really blessed to have had a chance.
Beyond even being a race car driver, how has this season and this opportunity blessed you, Mark Martin, as a person in your life?
Well, you know, it doesn't matter what you want out of life. I got a lot of it this year. I got trophies. I'm not sure that's the most important thing. I got great people, great relationships in my life, quality time with my family and friends, and made great new friends at Hendrick Motorsports, and incredible support from the fans. And I was happy. I was happy last year too, but just made things a little bit better. This was like icing on the cake to have a year like this and have an opportunity. And you know, if you look at it, we were the only car in the field, the only team in the field that even had a chance, and that is quite a you know, achievement for this group.
Runner-up in the chase, Mark Martin, but boy, how many fans he won over here this year, Alan.
Certainly so. It's a terrific season for Mark Martin, but this day will be all about, in the long run, Jimmie Johnson, who wins the championship for a 4th consecutive time with a top 5 run here at the Homestead Miami Speedway. The celebration is on for Johnson, just as it has been after the 2006, 7, and 8 editions of this race. Tonight, after 2009, it's Jimmie once again getting ready for the championship celebration. And just again this year, Chad Knaus holding up a message, this time to his owner, Rick Hendrick, at home.
Congratulations, Jimmie. Way to go, Jimmie. Yeah. Congratulations on your historic 4th championship, Jimmie, from everyone at Lowe's.
1, 2, 3, 4 in a row. Woohoo! Yeah, baby.
Woo! You guys are awesome.
Lowe's congratulates Jimmie Johnson, Chad Knaus, Team 48, and the entire Hendrick Motorsports racing family.
Congratulations, Team 48!
Back live at the Homestead Miami Speedway in the aftermath of the NASCAR Sprints Cup Series Championship deciding race. Jimmie Johnson down in the middle of the victory area. Interviews, photographs. He'll be heading up on stage here momentarily, in fact now, to get ready for the presentation of the trophy and the point fund check. While we wait for Jimmie to come up on the stage, Kurt Busch had a solid season and a solid night tonight.
I get up. Racing fuel in a coffee cup. Lord knows I ain't giving up. I'm gonna take on the world today. It's just my soul call, just my championship ride.
Looking strong, fourth place finish here tonight. And Kurt, I know, especially on the final restart, you were hoping for a little bit more. Talk about how you're feeling after just trying to get him one more time here with Pat's help.
Yeah, it was a great effort all year tonight. To finish fourth, we finished fourth overall in the season standings. Best in class is the way we classified this year. Wanted to get in there and break up the Hendrick triple, but those guys did an excellent job. Congratulations to Rick Hendrick, Jimmie Johnson, Mark Martin, Jeff Gordon. Those guys were tough this year. We finished right behind them. We did the best we could. We fought week in, week out. We learned what we could do as a team, even though we were losing one of our leaders, and that meant a lot to Richard. All of our guys back at the shop, and the lead guys in the fab, the body shop, the engine shop, all of our sponsors, Miller Lite and Dodge. But the biggest thing is to be first in class, and then maybe this is my best opportunity to throw a crew chief under the bus for giving me 2 tires at the end instead of 4. We thought we had a shot at winning, but I told him keep track of the other guys, about 4 tires. That's the way it goes. You live and die as a team. But hey, I'm throwing them under the bus because we don't have them anymore. We're looking for a new crew chief. But hey, it's a great run for the Miller Lite Dodge.
Hey, Kurt, even with that, you kept him around for the entire postseason. Talk about what kind of a pact you and that Pat might have set so that you could actually run to the end here together.
Well, I think we just didn't know what the future led to after this race. Right now, I'm done focusing on 2009, and I know he is as well. And 2010, I didn't even want to pay attention to it. And so we looked at each other and said, we can do this. This is our best last chance effort to do something great in the chase for right now. We don't know what 2010 will bring us. We fought hard together. We worked great together. And it's just one of those things where things internally changed. Pat didn't like the situation around him, and he had to go. And it was a surprise. But we'll find somebody great. We'll find somebody even better. And I hope that we beat the 56 car next year because Pat's working on it. But we just have to do it for our sponsors and our team and get our other guys faster with Brad Keselowski and I'm messed up. Hornish. We get those guys faster, we can compete better with the Hendrick guys.
That was a great final run for these guys. 4th tonight at Homestead.
David, thank you. And on the stage here at the Homestead Miami Speedway, it's time for the official presentation of the Sprint Cup Series Championship Trophy. Here to make that presentation, the Chairman and Chief Executive Officer of NASCAR, Mr. Brian France.
Jimmy, what an accomplishment. 4 championships in a row. On behalf of NASCAR fans around the world, welcome to history.
Thank you, buddy. Thank you very much.
That doesn't get old, I'll bet. Let me trade places here with you, champ. And introduce, to present a rather sizable check in more ways than one, the Chief Executive Officer of Sprint, Mr. Dan Hesse.
Well, Jimmy, congratulations to you, your team, Lowe's, Hendrick Motorsports, for a terrific accomplishment. We at Sprint couldn't be more pleased than to be presenting you with this check for the 4th year in a row as the 2009 NASCAR Sprint Cup Series champion. Congratulations.
So he's got the trophy, he's got the check, and the celebration is on here at the Homestead Miami Speedway. Jimmie Johnson is the NASCAR Sprint Cup Series championship for a 4th consecutive year. Time to start the photos and the party with this Hendrick Motorsports team.
Congratulations to Jimmie Johnson on his record-setting 4th consecutive NASCAR Sprint Cup Championship. Call or log on to the NASCAR.com Superstore for your official T-shirt, cap, or diecast to mark this historic event. Act now and get all 3 items for just $89.99 with free shipping and handling. The NASCAR.com Superstore has all your official 2009 championship gear. Log on now to see an even broader selection of championship and Jimmie Johnson products. Jimmie Johnson is the 2009 NASCAR Sprint Cup champion. Call or go online to order now so you can own a piece of NASCAR history.
Back live at the Homestead Miami Speedway, part of the new tradition of the season-ending race here. The champion's flag flies over this racetrack for an entire year. Track President Curtis Gray there on the left as you look at it, the flagpole, with Chad Knaus and Jimmie Johnson about to raise once again their 48 flag that'll fly over the speedway for the next 12 months. Pausing for the photographers to get a good shot. And then they'll hoist that up there where it will fly again until it's lowered just before this race 1 year from now, when it will be seen then whose flag will fly up over this racetrack for the following 12 months. Well, Johnson's championship, Mark Martin's runner-up finish, and Jeff Gordon's third-place finish in the championship this year makes Hendrick Motorsports the first team ever to finish 1, 2, 3 in the championship. What a season for Hendrick Motorsports, and a solid season for Jeff Gordon as well. Well, for Jeff Gordon, he gave it a good try. His 5th appearance in the chase. He picked up his 1 win this season back at Texas. That broke a long dry spell and scored that victory, putting him 1 win away from 5th all time. And Jamie is with Jeff Gordon now to get his post-race thoughts.
And Jeff Gordon brings it home 6th. Jeff, at the end, I know you weren't that happy with your car, but how much were you thinking about those points and knowing you had to finish 6th or better to make it a 3 sweep?
We were thinking about it a lot. You know, it was a real challenge. I mean, there were times when we were great, and when the sun was out, I thought we were a lot better. When the sun started to go down, you know, the track changed a little bit on us, and we really struggled. So, you know, great job the DuPont Chevrolet team and Steve and everybody for fighting there. Some great pit stops tonight, some good adjustments, and you know, we were able to get 6th. You know, I got to say that our thoughts are with Rick and his family right now. I know how much, you know, he'd like to be here, but I also know his family comes first. And so we're thinking about those folks. Man, what can you say? You know, 1, 2, 3, Hendrick Motorsports, that's incredible. You know, just when you think you've seen everything, a guy goes out and wins 4 in a row. And then Hendrick finishes 1, 2, 3 in the points. I'm really proud to be a part of it. As a competitor, that Johnson ticks me off, but as a friend and as a teammate, you know, and as a sort of car owner, they're amazing, and I'm really happy for him, Chad, and the entire Lowe's Chevrolet team.
And to know, as a 4-time champion yourself, that Jimmie Johnson came to you and said, hey, I want to drive for this team. This is what I want to do. Put in perspective, a 4-time champion now, when you knew him when he was a little kid.
Well, you know, I try to be very careful with how I handle that question, because I don't want to take the credit. This guy worked so hard as a kid coming up. His parents did what you have to do to sacrifice. You know, Jimmy had the talent, and he got in the right equipment at the right time, just like every other race car driver, but he did more with it than anybody else, and he got himself to the right organization at the right time. And you know, the team around him is a great team, and the guy just excelled. He focused on it, and look what he's done. I mean, I really never thought I would see in my career or in my lifetime somebody win 4 in a row. So I think it's absolutely extraordinary what they've accomplished, and to be right side by side with them, you know, in our race shop, in our meetings, and you know, just all the time, really, as a team. And to see it happening right in front of your eyes, it makes it even more extraordinary, because you're like, man, what are they doing? You know, we've got all the same stuff, but you know what? It's just a lot of hard work and effort, and a great organization, a great team, you know, with a great driver.
Nice job by Jeff Gordon. Caps off the season 3rd in points.
All right, Jamie, thank you. The fireworks from the stage as the celebration continues. Jimmie Johnson, Chad Knaus raising that flag up the pole over the Homestead Miami Speedway, where it will fly for the next 12 months, signifying they won the championship here. As the race finished, the race team celebrating with their own flag, 4-time Sprint Cup Series champions. What a night here at the Homestead Miami Speedway. History made. Jimmie Johnson, the celebration continues. And our aerial coverage provided by Goodyear. Goodyear's Fuel Max tires help you get there. Check your mileage at GoodyearTires.com. Calculate your savings Jimmie Johnson with the trophy. Familiar sight by now, but certainly one well-deserved. 4-time consecutive champion. Dave Burns has a story on another champion for us, David.
Well, and Alan, don't our champions in NASCAR have those one-name titles? Cale, Dale, Tony, and Jeff. Well, Jimmie is in the same boat, and here's a story of where his name came from. Jimmie's dad, Gary, was an amateur motor racer in the 1970s. He had a good friend on the circuit who beat riders from the factory on a regular basis and went on to win regional championships in the AMA. His name was Jimmy Brockman. He lost his life on the final race of the 1971 season, but he'd already locked up the championship. And Gary vowed that if he and Kathy ever had a son, they would name their son after Jimmie. Jimmie has honored the name of Jimmy Brockman more than that group of motocross racers from Southern California could have ever imagined, and his legacy is part of Jimmie, another true champion. Gary, what do you think your best friend Jimmie would have thought of all this?
Oh, I think he's been helping for years. It's kind of hard to talk about, but Jimmie and my Jimmie were both very determined people. You know, they knew what they wanted and they went out and got it. And I never knew my Jimmie would have been like Jimmy Brockman, but it's so cool. And it's been a long time ago. It's really neat that we get to do this, to talk about him.
And you, Gary, now have seen your son do this 4 times. We were just kind of sitting here saying it was surreal. But I remind you, we probably better take it in because we never know, right? And what is it like to experience again here in Victory Lane, the championship?
Yeah, this last 100 laps, I kept thinking about, you know, the motor, things in the car, you know, like how they talk about hearing noises and stuff. And I wasn't nervous all day to like the last 100 laps, and I was just hoping, you know, please, everything just keep going to set history. I mean, make history. It is amazing.
Well, he certainly has, and now you know the legacy of his name as we go over to the pit studio, guys. Jimmie Johnson, he's a Jimmy I.E., but he certainly was named after a Jimmy Y, and he's another one-title champion. He's done it 4 in a row.
I'll tell you what, guys, the 48 team, if they can keep this team together right now, again, I don't see anybody slowing them down. They are so hot right now, and this team gets along so well. Ray, if they can keep it going, I see this dynasty continuing.
Well, without a doubt, you know, we saw a great performance tonight, but I'll tell you what, we saw some strong performances from other teams. It's great to see the RCR team back, 2nd and 3rd place finishes. Maybe could be a little bit of a challenge at the beginning of next year.
Yeah, if Denny Hamlin's group and Mike Ford, if they hadn't have stumbled throughout the beginning of the chase, I mean, just think of where they would be right now. They possibly could be challenging for that championship this year. Look for them to be strong. And Kurt Busch, we talked about the separation of he and Pat Tryson and that team all at the end of the whole season, but look how well they performed. They performed admirably, and they could be a contender as well.
You know, Mark Martin finished in 2nd at point standings. This guy has been so strong all year long, too. I expect to see Mark back in Victory Lane a lot more. They learned a lot this year, how to win a championship, how to keep that car up front, and with that car owner, Rick Hendrick, they got these guys. I don't think there's any stopping those guys either.
Rusty Bradray, thank you. Out on the stage, Jeff Gordon coming up to congratulate Jimmie Johnson and join into the celebration as history has been made tonight. We said at the top of the day, how many chances do you get to see history made? Well, I know I could say at least one. We saw it tonight as Jimmie Johnson won a 4th consecutive NASCAR Sprint Cup Series title at Homestead. Why do I have the feeling these guys are going to be celebrating all night long after winning a 4th consecutive NASCAR Sprint Cup Series championship? The photos, the presentations, Jimmie Johnson being taken around to some of the interviews, and why not? He deserves all the credit he gets. Look at some of the things that Jimmie's accomplished compared to some of NASCAR's all-time greats. Richard Petty earned his 4th title in his 14th season of competition. Dale Earnhardt, 7-time titleist, got his 4th in his 12th season. Jeff Gordon, a 4-time titleist, earned his 4th in his 9th season of competition. And now Jimmie Johnson, the only other man to win 4 or more titles, has won his in just his 8th season of Sprint Cup Series competition. For some perspective on what we've seen tonight and throughout these last 4 years, for that matter, let's head up to the booth. Dr. Jerry Punch, Dale Jarrett, and Andy Petrie, gentlemen.
Thank you very much, Alan. And guys, you both have stood where Jimmie and Chad are standing now on that stage celebrating a championship. If you would, put in perspective what we have just seen, 4 consecutive championships.
Yeah, that's the key. Yeah, I stood there one time, but 4 years in a row. And it's something as I've watched the greats go through this sport, through a lot of years of history being around this sport, have been fortunate to do that. And I've seen people win 200 races, 7 championships, as Dale and Richard did, but not ever have they put 4 consecutive years together in a time that the competition is as difficult and as tough as we've ever seen it before. So it's just simply amazing. I'm actually dumbfounded. I mean, I thought that I could come up with some words that may help describe it, but simply amazed that these guys are that good. And who knows where it's going to stop.
Well, and just think about it. Since 2002, they've never finished out of the top 5 in points, ever. And now once they learn how to win a championship and they say you have to learn how to win them, they hadn't lost one. So, I mean, it's just been incredible. I don't know, like you say, how to put it into words, but like I said earlier, I'll never look at these guys the same again. They hold a real high place in this sport.
By my rough calculations, folks, in 4 years, Jimmie Johnson has won 29 races and earned just shy of $60 million over the last 4 years in the chase. That's pretty impressive. Now, we're crowning a champion tonight, and how about a Rookie of the Year possibly, as Joey Logano standing by with Jamie.
And Doc, it is official. At 19 years old, he has become NASCAR's youngest Rookie of the Year ever. Here's your hat. You're official. Joey, you end up 20th in points. Sum up this year for you from start to finish, what it's been like.
A roller coaster ride, to be honest with you. You know, obviously we had our real tough starts at the Home Depot Toyota. You know, just in the first 8, 9, 10 races, you know, we were struggling. Mostly me just trying to figure out what was going on, and I feel like we made big steps towards the right direction to get better and better. You know, got in the top 20 points. If you told me that in the beginning of the season, I'd have been, yeah, right, this isn't going to happen. But to get it up there, it was really cool. I feel like we got a little ways to go. We'll work hard over the off season here and try to make it better. But you know, overall, it's cool to get the Ray Bestis Rookie of the Year. You know, and I got to thank the Home Depot for sticking behind me. You know, in the rookie season, that was real neat to have their support.
They certainly believed in you, and so did your crew chief, Greg Zipadelli. He said you're a quick study, but I understand he also gives you homework during the week. What is that all about, and how much did it help you?
Yeah, I mean, I try to do as much as I can, you know, especially, you know, I mean, the beginning part of the season, you're, okay, what can I get that I can study up on? What can I do to make myself a better race car driver? And, you know, it's just whatever I can find, you know, notes from last season, you know when Tony was driving, you know, as much stuff as I can figure out, you know, that's what I need to do. So as far as watching the races, race on the simulator, everything I can do to become better, you know, is what I need to do. And I feel like that's helped me out a lot this season. You know, Mike McLaughlin is kind of like my mentor and has been traveling around with me and helping me a lot. So I've had a lot of help this year. I got to thank all those guys. Got to thank my team. You know, they did an awesome job this year. And yeah, I guess I'm excited it's over. We got what we needed done. We got done what we needed to do, and you know, we'll work hard and go next season.
Joey Logano, he says it was a roller coaster season. He had some big spills, and he also became the youngest winner in NASCAR history. What a year, Alan.
Yeah, a big thrill for Joey Logano, that victory, and no doubt being named Rookie of the Year, joining such greats as we detailed earlier today as Richard Petty and Dale Earnhardt and Tony Stewart and more, who've gone on to great heights in NASCAR Sprint Cup Series racing. Hold that trophy high, Jimmy. You deserve it. 4 consecutive championships for the 34-year-old from El Cajon, California. We have more post-race coverage from Homestead Miami Speedway in just a minute.
Hope I don't miss work this Christmas.
Yeah. How will you pay for things like food, electricity,
dental bills? Gadzooks! You need a backup plan. That's why we have Aflac.
So I'll have cash to help pay bills.
Right, but what if you're still not better by Christmas? Aflac, we've got you under our wing. Rudolph's better, but now Blitzen's sick.
When I think of value, I think of Wrangler. Always have.
Wrangler Jeans Company. New looks, priced right.
You can pay more, but you won't get more.
Wrangler. Real, comfortable jeans.
What do we like? Getting a rise out of the crowd.
I like 200 miles an hour.
I like tailgate parties.
With 100,000 friends.
I like yard work.
I like 800 horsepower. I like a 13-second pit stop.
I like short track,
trading paint,
super speedway,
burning rubber,
road courses,
good hard race. I like them all. I just like that I love this sport.
This is mine.
Mine. This is yours. Yours.
This is our NASCAR.
The racing's done for this year, but there's plenty of football. ESPN's Monday Night Football tomorrow features the Tennessee Titans and the Houston Texans. 8:30 Eastern Time, Titans-Texans on Monday Night Football. Coverage begins with Monday Night Countdown, served by Applebee's at 7 Eastern Time. Already the talk begins of who might stop Jimmie Johnson and Hendrick Motorsports next year. Well, Richard Childress Racing served a little notice tonight that they've got some things going in the right direction. Shannon caught up with Kevin Harvick.
Well, it was a third-place finish for Kevin Harvick here in South Florida. I know this has been a great track for you, but in order to get a good finish, you got to have a good car. What was that car like tonight?
Yeah, it was a lot of fun to drive. Our Shell Pennzoil Chevy was really good from the time we unloaded it Friday afternoon, and we had a flat right front tire there and got really loose and just thought the racetrack was changing, so we wasted the next run being too tight. But just got to thank all my guys. It's been a 180 turnaround for our cars and the performance of everybody at RCR, and to get everything headed in the right direction the last 3 months has been a lot of fun. We got to get the consistency back, but when you got speed, that makes it a lot easier.
Yeah, great couple weeks for RCR. What does this say about where you guys are going to pick up when we head to Daytona in just a couple months?
Well, we can't sit on our hands. We have to, worry about making our stuff better than it is today. I think everybody has a good direction of where we need to go. But before we finish here, I just want to say congratulations to Jimmie Johnson, Rick Hendrick, and that whole 48 team. I know the garage really respects what they have done and really realize how hard it is for that to happen. To win a championship in this sport is 4 times in a row is something that's pretty remarkable. But I think it's time for the fans to give the credit that he deserves, and he is our most dominant. That is the most dominant team that we have sitting in this garage, and they deserve that respect.
Absolutely. And Kevin Harvick himself, a championship team owner, his Truck Series won the championship this year. It all came down to this race at Homestead.
And a nice third-place finish for Kevin Harvick here. Shannon, thanks. And as we get set to wind it down here on NASCAR season, don't forget to watch the 2009 American Music Awards live tonight at 8 Eastern, 7 Central, here on ABC. Well, Jimmie Johnson came into this season knowing he had one opportunity to make history, and he had to do something pretty tough, hold off a very stiff field of competitors to win the NASCAR Sprint Cup Championship. He and this team did it. Saddened by the fact that their team owner, Rick Hendrick, was not able to be here with them in person tonight. Rick tending to a family emergency back in North Carolina. Certainly all of their thoughts and our thoughts are with him. But all congratulations due to Rick Hendrick on the organization he's assembled. The decision to pick Jimmie Johnson, pair him with Chad Knaus, and put this team in position to become a NASCAR dynasty. You know, NASCAR fans sometimes don't like it when someone wins too much, and while Jimmie Johnson's been rolling toward this championship, it hasn't been necessarily met with the warmest of applause from people. But it was so nice to hear when Jimmie climbed out of the car tonight and raised that championship trophy for the first time. The great ovation he got from the fans here at Homestead, and well-deserved. History made in the 2009 NASCAR Sprint Cup Series season, a 4th consecutive championship for Jimmie Johnson.
12 drivers, 10 races, 1 champion. It takes incredible effort if you're going to hang your name among legends, and it means somebody always has his sights set on you.
Is it a full moon or like what's going on, dude? Last race of the year. That's some history. Woo! I can't believe it. History, boys. No one ever. Thank you.
This has been a special presentation of ESPN on ABC.